Good evening. This meeting is available to live stream via the Park District website. All information about the Park District meetings can be found at winpark.org under the Park District Info tab by selecting Board Meetings and Videos. Public comments are accepted in person. A link to the video and audio will be posted immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and turn up the volume on the website as well. The meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the website. For those attending tonight's meeting, the emergency exits from the room are the door behind you or through the foyer. To improve the quality of sound, there is a boom microphone directed toward the commissioners. The microphone likely will pick up additional audience noise and sidebar conversations. If you have trouble hearing, please move to a front row seat. This is I ask that you all give us cooperation and maintain decorum in this meeting. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. Welcome to the July 24, 2025 Winnetka Park District Board of Commissioners regular meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:02 and ask Lisa to take roll call for attendance.
Commissioner Corley?
Here.
Commissioner Kodo?
Here.
Commissioner Gibson?
Here.
Commissioner Rapp? Here. Commissioner Root?
Here, but having great difficulty with the Zoom audio. So with respect, Krista, I think what I'm going to do is try calling in on my cell phone, the Zoom number, and see if I have better quality. I'm sorry to bother the board with this.
The quality is on my end because the microphone that's being picked up is on my computer. So calling in, I don't think it's going to help with the micro or the sound from this side. I'll turn my computer to try to direct it towards the board better.
There's just, I'm getting feedback is what the problem is. So, okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Seaman.
I'm here.
May I have a motion to, Commissioner Root has made a request to participate remotely in tonight's meeting. It is requested due to a qualifying event in section 4.26 of the Board Policy Manual, personal illness or disability. Commissioner Root is currently online. May I have a motion to approve Commissioner Root's request to participate remotely in today's board meeting as permitted under section 4.26 of the Board Policy Manual, remote attendance, and in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act?
So moved.
Second.
Can we have a roll call vote on that, Lisa?
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yep.
At this time, can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance if you're able?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move to public announcements, and Lisa.
Announcements.
Regarding fall brochure.
Fall brochure goes live tomorrow online. It will be mailed to your homes starting next week. Tomorrow night is our annual family campout, weather dependent. Be sure to check out all our upcoming events through our summer that are all listed online. Camp registration is still open for many camps offered in August before school starts. And registration is open for the second annual Winnetka Parks Foundation Golf Classic, which is August 22nd.
Right, and at this time, may I have approval of the agenda for today's meeting? Are there any additional requests for changes or additions to the agenda?
President Gibson, I would like to ask that we consider moving items 5.2, Chapter 1 Policy Manual, item 5.6, the second amendment for hockey, item 6.6 AC Nielsen windows and doors, and item 6.5 Chapter 2 amendments to the policy manual to the consent agenda.
Okay, may I have a motion to make that change to the agenda and then to otherwise adopt the agenda?
I don't agree with everything that was listed, so can you,
Which do you agree with?
I had comments on the Nutria hockey.
Okay, so we'll take that off.
Okay, so you had
5.2,
5.2.
6.6, and 6.5 and 6.6.
I'm okay with those two.
Okay, so those three total, 5.2, 6.5, and 6.6? Okay. So you're making that motion?
Or is she second?
I'm amending your motion.
Excellent. Amended.
Did someone second it then?
I'll second it.
Okay. This is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so today we are making a proclamation.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Root with a question.
Yes?
I see that Executive Director Nazal is participating currently via Zoom. My question is whether she will be with us for the executive session.
That is the plan. Unfortunately, she is in a location where her connectivity is in and out, but she will attempt to do so.
Again, my thought would be that the issue at hand, as I understand, is something which she had, along with Commissioner Cotto and you, direct insight, and also was her recommendation. If she is unable to attend, my request would be that this matter be deferred until she is back in the office and we could hold a special board meeting.
Well,
Whereupon it could be discussed with her input and her expertise and counsel.
Commissioner Root, I am on the call. I will be at executive session. Thank you.
The Executive Director.
all right. This month is National Park and Recreation Month, and we have a proclamation that has been put together. I'm not sure, am I to read it or Elisa?
Elisa can read it. Go ahead.
Elisa or Elisa?
She's an excellent reader.
This is the proclamation designating July as Park and Recreation Month. Whereas parks and recreation services are essential to the health and well-being of our community, offering opportunities for physical activity, social interaction, and connection with nature. And whereas the Winnetka Park District is dedicated to providing high-quality parks, facilities, programs, and services that enhance the quality of life for all residents and visitors. And whereas parks and recreation contribute to the environmental sustainability of our community by preserving green space, wildlife habitats, and natural resources. And whereas parks and recreation programs foster community spirit, cultural awareness, and civic pride, promoting inclusivity and diversity among our residents. And whereas the Winnetka Park District collaborates with local partners, volunteers, and stakeholders to enrich the community through events, initiatives, and educational opportunities that promote health, wellness, and environmental stewardship. And whereas the National Recreation and Park Association, NRPA, serves as an advocate for Parks and Recreation Month and provides leadership, advocacy, and resources to support the efforts of park and recreation professionals and communities nationwide. And whereas the National Parks and Recreation Month was recognized by the United States House of Representatives in 2009 in perpetuity for its importance in promoting the value of parks and recreation and enhancing the quality of life for all Americans. And whereas the celebration of National Parks and Recreation Month encourages all residents to explore, enjoy, and support their local parks and facilities and recreation opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Park Commissioners of the Winnetka Park District hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 as National Parks and Recreation Month at the Winnetka Park District. Be it therefore resolved that the Park Commissioners encourage all residents to participate in park and recreation activities to celebrate the contributions of parks and recreation to our community, to thank the dedicated Winnetka Park District employees for their hard work, and to advocate for the continued support and enhancement of park and recreation services. So we just need to take a picture.
Should we do it in front of the flag?
Do I have to say,
Yes.
in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Winnetka Park District? That's for you to sign that, thank you.
Hey, well read.
Nicely done.
It's top, decile.
Excellent reading.
Just kidding.
I'm feeling happy I have a table tonight, actually. It's a win already.
Right.
I think our president should be holding it. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get credit now?
No, it's not.
We will now move on to public comment. This is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, come to the center position in front of the commissioners and stand at the podium. Speak into the microphone, state your name for the record, and speak directly to the board. Based on the public comment policy described in the board policy manual and referenced in Public Access Counselor Opinion 2024 Pact 81900, guests may present public comment for no longer than 3 minutes after being recognized. If you prefer to share your comments in writing this evening, you may do so by leaving them with a member of the Park District staff. Do we have anyone who wishes to make public comment?
Mr. Wertz?
Good evening. Hope everybody's staying cool on this warm couple of days. My name is Charles Orth, and we talked the last meeting. I'm a trustee on the Village Board in Northfield. I'm also the liaison from the Village of Northfield to the Winnetka Park District. Coming up in October of 2026, Northfield will be celebrating its 100-year anniversary and centennial. And I'm one of the 4 members on that committee getting ready to do a year-long celebration, which will be kicking off in January with multiple events. Culminated by, since October gets kind of cold and the anniversary is October, the 100 years, we're looking at more towards August. It's not set in stone yet, but that's what we're looking at. And there'll be other events. We've also reached out, or I've reached out, actually to the Winnetka Talk, the Record North Shore, and also Patch to get articles, and there's been some articles and some stuff already, and I've also reached out to multiple social media sites to get the awareness out and get people to realize what's going on. So I thought this is a great opportunity. These are recorded and the minutes are taken, and to let you all know that Northfield, your partner in a lot of areas, especially since the good section of the east side of Northfield is in the Winnetka Park District, as where I live. We want to make sure that we spread the word and, partner with you in whatever we can when that time comes. So thank you for your time, and keep up the great work, and stay cool. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Any more comment? Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Peggy Marte, and I'm here to read a letter from Mary Garrison, who could not be here tonight. Good evening. I've reviewed the proposed revised draft of the Barry Dunn Comprehensive Master Plan, and I was stunned. Our most valuable asset, Winnetka Parks and Open Lands, is virtually invisible in this plan. When asked about this omission at the June 26th board meeting, Barry Dunn admitted they weren't even asked to address open space. That alone disqualifies this as a comprehensive plan. If staff didn't have the foresight to elevate this issue, it was certainly expected that Barry Dunn, as experts in Park District planning, would have recommended and insisted that the protection of open land be a central feature of this plan. Their failure to do so is also a professional lapse. Open lands are not protected in this document, not from development, not from sale. That is unacceptable. Winnetka is recognized for its green space, carefully preserved by our forefathers. These lands aren't just amenities, they're irreplaceable. I have served on the board of the NRPA. I understand national standards, and I also understand that Winnetka exceeds them, but this plan ignores that strength. NRPA standards are meant to guide struggling communities, not penalize successful ones. We shouldn't dumb down our vision to meet minimums. This plan is not visionary. It's incomplete. It doesn't reflect who we are It doesn't honor the legacy we've inherited. Shame on staff for bringing it forward in this condition, and shame on the board if you let it move forward without demanding that open space protection be front and center. Our mission as a district is clear: to preserve and protect our parks for passive and active use for current and future generations. That commitment must be explicit in this plan. Right now, our open lands are dangling, unprotected, and vulnerable. Commissioners, read your mission statement, then ask yourself whether this plan upholds it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susie Schreiber, former Park District Commissioner in the 80s and early 90s, and I have also served at state, regional, local levels on open space and on park and recreation issues and environmental issues. My comments tonight relate to open space and open lands. The Barry Dunn Comprehensive Master Plan can't be comprehensive if it doesn't consider open space. A similar plan recently completed for the Wilmette Park District includes and values open space. The plan cost for the Wilmette study was equal to that of which Winnetka is currently paying for theirs. Did we request an evaluation of open space in our RFP to Barry Dunn? And if not, why not? Open space in Illinois has been publicly studied and valued since the mid-1980s at the state, regional, county, and local levels by regulatory and nonprofits alike, just as it has been done nationally many times over. International and national medical studies have carefully valued open space as it relates to everyone's mental and physical health. Referendums in Lake and Cook counties over the past 40 to 50 years have passed with tremendous support for acquisition and protection of open lands, public support for Chicago wilderness, which the Winnetka Park District should definitely consider belonging to, and open lands has been very strong since their inception in the latter part of the 1980s and 90s. Their in-house programming and training opportunities are exemplary for maintaining their lands, as are their long-term planning processes. Lake Forest and Lake Bluff communities are extremely supportive of their open land organizations. Acquisition and careful maintenance with paid staff and wonderful trained and untrained volunteer support continues to see these organizations thrive and strengthen their communities. Public input on topics of open lands, the Winnetka Park District needs to actively engage their users over a healthy period of time through a variety of venues, which will provide educated and thoughtful discussion from all sectors, users, and age groups. A few field trips to neighboring communities to see their use of open space and programming would be eminently helpful. Please read the mission statement of the Winnetka Park District: to preserve and protect our parks for passive and active use for current and future generations. And you just approved the NRPA July month and it says in that, which you just approved, protect open space. Please add a healthy sound section to the Winnetka plan, with the Winnetka Park District Comprehensive Master Plan, similar to that of Wilmette, which is inclusive of open space and open lands and possible programming opportunities thereof. Thank you. Wasn't sure.
I was actually hoping you did, because you read it quickly and there were a few things you said that I didn't. No, I'm glad you are. Do we have any further public comment at this time? At this time, I'd like to move to the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to have an item removed from the consent agenda? Without objection or request for the removal of any specific item from the consent agenda for individual consideration, we will act on the following items with a single vote. the June 26, 2025 regular meetings minutes, the June 2025 financial report, the AC Nielsen Outdoor Tennis Court LED lighting budget adjustment, section 5.2 for amendments to chapter 1 in the policy manual, and section 6.5 of the agenda, which is the chapter 2 adjustments to the policy manual. And then lastly, section 6.6, which is the approval for AC Nielsen's windows and doors.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Foto?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root? Commissioner Root?
Colleen, can you hear us?
Sorry, I have a great latency here, and so forgive me, but it's yes, but there is extreme latency here. So from the time I hear it, it takes some time for me to respond.
Okay. And Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
At this time, can we move to presentations? And first, I'd like to start with the Winnetka Golf Club update.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. So here to give you an update on the golf course, both year to date and then looking forward through the rest of 2025. So financial update through June. So this is through the end of June. So revenue sits slightly above budget with about a $28,000 win there to budget. Green fee revenue has been really strong for us year to date, despite some weather challenges. Merchandise sales are in line with budget. We do have a revenue miss from the junior programming that we did not have at the beginning of the year that we do now have. And then payroll, we're ahead of budget in basically every department. We're slightly over a pro shop due to some staff movement from one department to another. And then food and beverage, year-to-date revenue sits slightly below budget. That was just due to the timing of getting some equipment on and getting that fully operational. And then payroll is significantly under budget. Due to that delay, we were able to save pretty considerably on payroll. Operating expenses are also significantly under budget. Payroll significantly under budget. EBITDA through June, we stand at just over $300,000 ahead of budget. We will give a little bit of that up due to some capital projects that we haven't been invoiced for that were budgeted for some of those earlier months. But through June, we're standing at $484,000 ahead in net operating income, and then rounds slightly under there, but we'll project ahead now. So looking forward through the end of the year, we are projecting about a $280,000 miss in total golf revenue, with most of that coming from the golf shop. A little bit of that would be some under sales in merchandise, and then a large chunk of that was the junior golf program from the beginning of the year. Total revenue, we're projecting a total revenue of about $2.7 million, so falling short of about $323,000 to budget. Again, a big chunk of that would be golf shop. Also forecasting a miss in food and beverage, again, with timing of getting equipment on site and getting that operational. EBITDA, we are forecasting a EBITDA win of about $57,000 to budget, and then a bottom line NOI win of about $90,000, and we are forecasting to beat budget by about 3,200 rounds by the end of the year. So that takes us to the fund balance forecast. So given the numbers that we started with, so based off of the presentation that we had last year, we actually were able to bring a little bit more money to the fund by the end of the year. And so given the operating expenses, incentive, and management fees, plus all of our revenues, we are forecasting a fund surplus of $10,000 by the end of the year. So we should not need any transfers into the golf fund to hit our 25% at the end of the year, which is originally we were budgeting for $65,000 to be transferred in. Operationally, so the kitchen, as I mentioned, is now fully operational. We have all of our new kitchen equipment that was budgeted as part of our capital project for this year. That is all operational and on board now. We have staff, cooks that are working daily. Online ordering website was developed as well. One of the big operational issues that we had run into is just speed of delivery of the product. So we worked to develop an online ordering website, which has really speeded that up. Resident participation, we've had some questions on that. So through July 15th, when we ran these numbers, residents so far year to date have made up 35% of our golfers. So really good participation from the local community at our golf course. Golfer satisfaction, we've seen positive feedback about the golf course. The conditions are phenomenal. We actually had the Illinois Junior Golf Association out today, and they were raving about course conditions. They go to many golf courses around the area, private courses included. They were saying that our golf course is one of the best conditioned in the entire metro. Food and beverage was an area of improvement that we've seen significant satisfaction. Again, just by having that new equipment, being able to expand the offerings that we do have, and then making those offerings faster with the online ordering. And then programming in junior golf. So one of the things that we've been able to do this year is our ladies league. We have just over 50 ladies every week on Thursday mornings. We have about 215 women in our database. So really good group of women there. We are hosting the Winnetka Open Golf Tournament here in a couple of weeks, August 2nd and 3rd. We've already seen increased registration over prior year and hope to about double that this year. And then junior golf programming began on July 13th. So through 7/16, we had 34 total registrants. I think when I looked before I left my office earlier, I think we were at 55. So already seeing really good participation there, even with a little bit of short notice. And fall programming will go live tomorrow. So that's exciting for us. To touch on dynamic pricing. So dynamic pricing is something that we presented to you last year. It's something that we've enacted. So year to date through the end of June, the total pickup for the golf course is just over $29,000. And so that is our demand-based pricing. So as the demand increases, we pick up a little bit more revenue per round. Just in June, we picked up about $3,800. And residents do still get the discounts on those dynamically priced rounds. So that's been a huge source of success for us to drive that initial revenue. And then marketing update. So we have been running some targeted social media and pay-per-click ads since April. Our social ads have had just under 100,000 impressions for the year at a 4.37% click-through rate, which is higher than the industry average. Our pay-per-click ads, 32,000 impressions at a 36 or 37% click-through rate. We also rank commercials on the Golf Channel during all 4 of the men's majors. So if you saw that, if you were watching locally, those ran in our local area. We also have an ad that'll be in the August edition of the CDGA magazine that goes out to all of the members of the CDGA. Our frequent fairway program, which is part of our Kemper Sports kind of loyalty program for all of our courses. We had 43 player stamps year to date. That's just slightly higher now. We've been pretty consistently one of the higher participating golf courses throughout the year. We also started our hole-in-one promotion that started on June 1st, where if golfers record a hole-in-one, they can win a round of golf and one-night stay out down in Streamsong, which is one of our resorts in Florida. And then we continue to do our monthly revenue calls, marketing calls, et cetera, for marketing support. I think that's it. Thanks. Any questions?
Before we take questions, I just wanted to introduce us up here. We've met many of you before, but some of you are new to us. Vince Suarez, Vice President of Operations. I help support Miles and the entire team at the Winnetka Golf Club. I've been with the team here since construction, and it's just been beautiful to see construction, pre-opening, open, and where we are today. Lots of room to grow still, but I think overall it's just been a phenomenal couple of years at the golf club. And I've got Mary Kate Walsh with me. She's the Regional Sales and Marketing Director that supports Miles and the team here as well. So it's a pleasure to meet everybody, and I hope to see you at the Foundation Golf Outing.
Please.
I just want to say thank you for coming. I'm glad you guys are on our golf enterprise business. Every time I go over there, it's really crowded, which I love.
Yeah.
I did have a couple of questions. You're saying in the financials that the golf shop forecast versus budget is largely due to junior golf? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it's about $210,000 of that shortfall is due to the Discover Golf programming that we did not have for most of the year, and then lower numbers as we get to the year, just because of some of those delays.
And then total rounds are below budget through June. I think that's the date through June, but your full year forecast
Yeah.
is still above budget. Is that realistic, or
Yes, it is.
what's
So I
driving it?
actually think that slide, I think that was I think the representation of rounds on there was not taking into account the part three. So I actually think it was an inaccurate number. Looking today, we are right at budget.
And we'll have a big spike in rounds because the high schools come out here in another couple weeks, and there's a huge influx in rounds coming through.
And then last question is, I have not played the course. I played part three, but I have not played the, how is the course holding up?
Well, it's holding up very well. We've done a lot of work this year agronomically to stimulate growth of the golf course. You know, like any public golf course, there's ball marks on the greens, there's a lot of divots in the fairways, but that just means we have a lot of play. It's being used. But our agronomy team has done a really good job of ensuring that we're doing the right things to encourage faster growth, lateral growth, to fill those in faster. Like I said, we have had nothing but positive comments from most people about the condition of the golf course. You know, looking at other courses that are in the area, we are right there or better than anybody. It's really grown in well. We do have some weaker fairways and on a couple holes, just from being some of the last holes that they did during the growing. But anytime you're growing any golf course, it's a 3 or 4 year process before it's truly mature. That grass takes a little bit to really take hold. So we're only going to continue to improve. We're already very good. It will only get better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Rapp?
I did. My question was for the rounds,
Yes.
whether it includes the par three or
Yeah.
those, so
Yes, so the
it sounds like,
43,000 round number, that does include the part three. I believe it's right at about 30,000 and 13,000 is the split between
so
18
30 and 13?
Yeah.
So 13,
For the 13,000 for the par three,
Right,
about
okay.
30,000 there for the 18 hole.
Are you sure? His Eating the Salted said
I'm sorry?
through May? Is it through April or May? There was 5,000 rounds on the par three. Okay.
We can double
Yeah, I
check
can
that.
double
Yeah,
check.
if you could.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's just good to have a mental, you know.
The 13,000 is based on your forecast for the entire year though, right?
Yes.
Not just through May.
Okay,
Yeah,
so these are
that's-
forecasts
that's
and budget,
through
okay,
all
forecast
of
and budget, not
2020.
actuals.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
through the end of 2020.
That would explain why I'm like.
Good catch.
Okay, and then events, I know, you guys had, in, I think, the April report had 17 events plus 6 on hold.
Mhm.
Is that, are those local, like what's a flavor for what those events are?
Yes, so we have a couple of events that are charity outings. That would include the Park Foundation outing. We also have a few junior tournaments. For example, today we hosted the Illinois Junior Golf Association. So that's an event that's open to any juniors. We had a few Winnetka residents that were actually playing in that. We also have on Sunday, the Western Golf Association will be hosting a qualifier for the Western Amateur, which is one of the largest amateur events in the country. But yeah, generally they're small charity outings benefiting local charities.
No, I saw the hockey club
Yeah, they're
joint with the par 3. I thought,
yes,
oh, that's a
they're
good
doing par
idea
three
because they're
outing
already in the
about a month.
parking lot.
Yes, yeah, they'll be doing outing with us here in about a month.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for running everything. It's nice to be on the other side, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sure.
Yes. What's the capacity of rounds before you start to fatigue the course, before you run out of time? What's the,
Our daily capacity is.
no, like seasonal capacity? Like, what do you think? And mostly, not so much can you predict the weather, but just what
Yeah.
fatigues the course?
Can you speak louder, please? Because
Sure.
even one in the second row, we still can't hear you.
That might be a
Sorry.
good question.
What's
You would
the
have
maximum
more expertise on that.
capacity of the course based on what number of rounds will, beyond which it'll start to fatigue the condition?
I would say if we can get to about 28 to 32,000 rounds, someplace in there,
Yeah.
that's a really good target to hit on the 18 hole, not
Got it.
including the 9 hole. But again, there's a risk reward with that, with conditioning of the golf course and revenue growth. And you'll see a little bit of that, Commissioners, when we present the budget of, if we're X utilized, what do we do rate-wise, Y? And,
Right.
all of that.
Right, there's a lot of variables in the equation. The weather, the conditions, the timing, et cetera. But I was just curious what it was in terms of conditions. Thank you.
So to answer your question, but yeah, basically where we're at now.
Nice.
Yeah, we're on target for a really solid year.
Well, you're on target to create a small surplus, which is.
Yeah, no money in, no
Yeah,
money in.
Yeah,
That's-
which is an
Woo-hoo!
unusual.
I should've led with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's getting enough celebration of
Right.
this. Yeah, it's huge, it's huge.
Yeah.
Maybe Commissioner Seaman needs to choose.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Do we have any other questions? Commissioner Root? All right, at this time, we thank you for your presentation, and we'll
Have a good day.
move on to Mr. Karaker and his financial report, his 2024 financial report.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. At this time, I would like to introduce Ronald Amon, partner for the law firm of Lauterbach and Amon, not law, excuse me, auditing firm of Lauterbach and Amon, who will discuss the findings of the 2024 annual comprehensive financial report.
Is he here?
I guess he's not here yet. I thought he was here. My apologies.
Yeah, I've never met him, so.
Okay.
Is he not here?
No, apparently not. So,
All right.
Well, we can move onto the
Yes.
comp plan and then we'll come back. Do you need a motion for that or can we just do it?
I mean, why don't we do a motion just to be sure?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we move ahead to item 5.1, comprehensive master plan, and then come back to the comprehensive financial report after that, or
Yeah, let's
after.
go to 5.1.
Second.
And then we'll come back to it hopefully.
Yes, second.
That can be nice.
Can we do that by voice vote? All in favor? Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, at this time, we will move on to the 2025 Comprehensive Master Plan, and Lisa?
I would like to reintroduce Elsa and Nikki from the Barry Dunn Company. Here, we are bringing the next version of the Comprehensive Master Plan back to the board.
Yes, so my understanding is we're looking for additional questions or suggestions or comments.
Commissioner Kodo?
Just based on the comments that we heard in public comment, I know that preservation of open lands is addressed in our mission statement. Can you talk about other places that you addressed it? I did see it throughout the report. I didn't see it specifically articulated as a priority, but can you talk about how you approach that in the CMP?
Sure.
Because it's in a lot of the supporting documents that are the foundation for the park district, not necessarily a priority of this report.
Correct. Yes, so Hitchcock Design Group was the sub who worked on the parks and open space part of the plan. So what they did is they went to each park and evaluated the amenities and the open space. I mean, your mission statement says that you're going to protect open space. So our goal was to look at parks and evaluate parks and see the condition of parks. I mean, unfortunately, it's like it's an assumption. You're maintaining open space. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, not every RFP requests an overview of open space per se. So we worked through the planning effort the way we understood staff wanted us to undertake it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, my assumption is that the board values open space, as does the community. So if there's something you want added to the plan, I just need to know what that is. I'm not sure what it is that's missing.
Right.
Exactly.
So Hitchcock did an inventory.
They went to every park.
Yes, and they sort of summarized space, size, acreage, et cetera. And then there was also a condition assessment report, and then there was also a mapping of our open land space against a national average, as one of the public comment people pointed out. That may be against a national standard that's less advantaged than this community, but it does show that we do have an abundance of open space.
It does.
Okay.
And there's also no recommendation or notion that you get rid of any.
Right. Well, any change in use of open space would be a board decision.
Right.
So, okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
And each landscape architect handles it differently, and it really does depend on how the RFP is worded, and we worked through it with Costa and his team. I mean, he was there every step of the way, so it certainly wasn't intended to be that open space was not an important part of the plan, because we feel that it is, and we know that staff does.
I can assure you, I hate to speak for other board members, but all board members agree with the importance of open space. Perhaps there's some sensitivities in this community, but the mission statement says it all. So.
And we looked at every single holding that you have. We evaluated every holding that you have.
Is there any further comment or question by commissioners?
Of course, I have some. I had emailed these back, but I did want to, talk about them for a couple minutes. In focus area number 5, which we have maintained and improved upon park aesthetics and natural areas in planning considerations, and I think this might also beef up some of the open space discussion. We have a bullet point: continue to abide by environmental principles outlined in the Winnetka Park District Policy Manual. And I printed copies for everyone of the environmental policy, because it is maybe not one that everyone has at their fingertips. But I do think that on reading the policy, it addresses a lot of concerns. So I wanted to suggest to Barry Dunn, could we include the policy, possibly an appendix, so that people can refer to that, and then also just put a few sub-bullets under abiding by the environmental principles for what some of those are, promote the acquisition, protection, and environmentally sensitive management of open space and natural habitat areas as an example, design, develop, and maintain parks and facilities in natural areas in a manner that enhances and protects the environment, and then we have more description. But I think trying to pull some of these out and then including it more specifically so that people can refer to might help enhance that section with words that have already been vetted and approved by the Winnetka Park District.
Good idea.
So that was one thought that I had. And then on page 136, I just want to say thank you for making the charts so that we could actually read them. Like, that was a big help. Now, having read them, I did have a couple thoughts. One, I know from what you guys said that the red boxes indicate end of useful life, correct? It doesn't say that anywhere in the chart. So I think just like saying what the red box indicates would probably be helpful. When I looked at the sports courts and amenities for cricket, lacrosse, football, rugby, another one that starts with F, and soccer, I would suggest maybe combining those under a heading like multi-purpose grass turf fields, because those locations are not specifically dedicated to those sports. So like there's like Elder is just an open field, Indian Hill is an open field, and that field at Indian Hill is also used, for example, for the ice arena. And so it's not like there's special equipment or the board has designated that those fields can only be used for those things. So I think it's important to make sure that, people are not like, no, the plan says that field is only for football or rugby, or that field can only be used for soccer, because I think actually Northfield Park is used for other things besides soccer. And those fields are flexible in how they can be used. If you have temporary goals or temporary, like football setup, they're flexible. So I wanted to put that out there for consideration. And
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
So how would you recommend that change with regard to the use be made?
I would put cricket, lacrosse, football, the other next one that starts with F, and soccer in under one heading. You see how there's multi-purpose synthetic turf field?
Yeah.
I think multi-purpose grass turf field, and then have the numbers for those underneath, because sometimes they can be used for soccer.
Yeah.
They could be used for little kid lacrosse. They could be used for, both. The same field could be used for both.
Right.
So I just think being a little bit more flexible would be beneficial.
Okay, understood.
And
then you want the red boxes put on, right?
yeah, what they are.
Okay.
And then when I looked at this for the fields, like I see at Northfield Park and at Nick Corwin Park, it's showing that those fields are at the end of useful life, and I was kind of just struggling to get my head around what does that mean, that the field is at the end of its useful life, because they're grass, we've just put in irrigation. Do they need new goals? Do they what does that mean?
Costa, can you explain that?
Yeah,
We went through this many times with staff, and he's the expert.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, the end of useful life is based on the state standard of life cycle based on the field. And because we had that same question when we went through it, because we're like, well, we just reinvested, Little Duke, for instance.
Yes.
We invested $75,000 for the irrigation system up there. But if it's based on the uses of when it was basically acquired and how it's used from that date of when the initial installation was. Now, it doesn't reset per an installated use, so when we did the irrigation system, it didn't quote unquote reset. So that's just based on the standard. We know that the useful life of a turf field, a natural turf field, as good as the turf is almost endless. There's not a life cycle, but it's based on the one driver for that was more or less baseball fields in regards to that standard. It wasn't necessarily natural turf or more baseball associated, but it was kind of lumped into the same package, because we had that same question through the process, and that's how it was kind of identified. So even though it says it's at the end of its useful life, similar to some of the playgrounds, that are end of useful life, once again, it's to what standard is that useful life being held to. We look at our fields into a different standard than, say, the national standard, and we care to them at a different standard as well. So it's a bar that's set fairly low, but we carry it very high.
So is there some, we do have white space underneath. I mean, is it possible to explain that in the report? Because I would hate to have our users of those fields and our residents be like, what the what? Nick Corwin is I mean, it's not perfect
Yeah.
because the grass is used, but I mean, we're not gonna rip it out and put new sod in because
Right.
it's at the end of the useful life,
Yeah.
or it's,
The useful life is a depreciation term. It's an accounting and depreciation term. So if you look.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look in the comprehensive financial report, you'll see there's an aging.
There's a table.
Yes, there's an aging and a table for all of our assets, and they have a statewide schedule with regard to how they allow these assets to be depreciated, and that's all
Okay,
that's
okay.
being reflected. Does that make sense to you now?
Well, you can
Yeah.
also, you could also say fully depreciated in that case, couldn't you?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that they're kaput, it's that they have exceeded their depreciation schedule, reached the end of their depreciation.
okay, no, that's good to understand, because but it would be good to note it so
Yeah.
that subsequent board members and readers of the report understand that, because that makes sense, more sense. And then for the playgrounds, I know we talked about this last time, but the insight or thought that I had was at Tower, we actually have 2 playgrounds, and I think that those playgrounds actually have different,
One's a 2.5, one's a 5.12 structure. Yeah, that's based on different years of usage.
yes, so I don't know if we need to call that out separately, because one we're replacing this year for 300, we're not replacing both of them for $300,000, are we?
It's in total package.
It's both?
Yes. We
Okay.
always, every time that we've done that playground, it's been as a total package.
Okay,
Because the life expectancy, once again, and the depreciation kind of goes in turn.
Okay.
The same, so.
okay, no, I wasn't sure, and
Yeah,
I
it's-
thought,
it's
wait a minute, there's
considered
2.
one playground, even though it is separate by the
Okay.
block in 2 different areas.
Okay, and then the last point was Indian Hill. That one, when I tried to look it up as best I could, it looked like it went in 2009. Is that right?
Pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay, but the useful life is 20 years, or is that one less because of the type of playground, or?
The useful life on all playgrounds is very similar, it's about the same. It all depends on how much the playground gets used and how well it depreciates, if you will.
Okay.
So like a playground.
Depreciates like use-wise?
As far as physical
Yeah,
use
okay,
and,
okay.
and damage that's sustained, the wear components, if you will. So, yeah, that one is in health and pretty good shape because it's one of our less used playgrounds.
Lightly used.
Okay. Okay, well, no, I just thought, well, 2009, we should have until 2029 to replace it.
Our schedule starts around year 12 to 15 is when we start really identifying, and then
Okay.
after 15, we try to get it actually in for replacement, if not sooner, if it's needed.
Okay.
We do stretch and kind of, once again, based on the usage, if we have other playgrounds up, where we're at financial with our budget, those are all pieces that come into our long-range planning.
Okay, okay.
Sure.
You know how excited I am about new playgrounds.
Colleen, Commissioner Root?
Colleen, you're muted if you're talking.
I'm sorry, I fade in and out, so folks, if I fade in and out, I'm sorry, it's my technology here. But, am I still muted, or can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Colleen.
Thank you so much, Costa. I certainly support Commissioner Rapp's comment with respect to incorporating the language of section 5.28 of the Winnetka Park Policy Manual, which identifies what our determined environmental principles are. And say, well, it's incorporated by reference under the language of Goal 5. The problem with that is very few people will make the connection. And so, again, I would suggest that Goal 5 be amended to actually include the environmental principles. I would go further to say, if we're getting all these public comments from people, and one being, well, actually 2 commissioners, who have gone through multiple comprehensive master plans, and they're particularly concerned with the absence of any sort of language within the plan talking about the preservation of open land, that under goal number 5 and objectives, it would be very easy to add an additional bullet that says, promote sustainable practices and ensure integration of environmental responsibility in park planning, operation, and community programming with a focus on the preservation of park open land. Very easy, it's there then, and it's stated, it's half of our current park mission statement. I have submitted 2 sets of detailed comments to staff suggesting this, and I've been ignored. And so for me to actually vote yes on this plan, at a minimum, these 2 things need to happen. The environmental principles in policy manual need to be incorporated into the plan, and then this language is very simple. It's a line item. Promote sustainable practices and ensure integration of environmental responsibility in park planning, operation, and community program with a focus on the preservation of park open land. Then we're done. We've done. Thank you.
I'm not sure if Edie Nizal is on the line right now, but I'm wondering if she has some comment here.
I am online, I don't have any comments.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other commissioner comments?
I would just say that seems a reasonable change. Like, I don't object to the sentence that Colleen just put forward being included. I think that would be a good addition to hopefully get to full support of our plan, so.
Commissioner Kodo?
I have a question for Adam. Can we approve this plan subject to the addition of those 2 items?
I don't think you're being asked to approve the plan tonight.
We're just being asked for a final
presenting
draft.
direction to Barry Dunn
For a
to
final
prepare
draft.
the final glossy
Yes,
version.
perfect, okay, perfect. Do you want me to make a motion to add this?
Well, I think we have to do more than just add the.
Do I need to make a motion to also incorporate
Right.
the other changes?
Right. Yeah. I think we do a motion, we incorporate it, but the motion should include that other than with respect to these changes being incorporated, the plan is in final form.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yes. Do you need me to list
Yeah,
mine?
articulate that. Yeah, list yours, and
Okay.
you can
Okay, so
incorporate
the,
Commissioner
so
Root's.
the changes,
Substance is fine. Yeah.
so natural focus area, or focus area number 5 should include the environmental principles and also the description read by Colleen, Commissioner Root just now, and also modifying the Table 8 inventory of district parks and open space to reflect the cricket, lacrosse, football, rugby,
Futsal, yeah.
soccer. I'm like, I can't. To incorporate all of those sports under a multi-purpose grass turf field description similar to the multi-purpose synthetic turf field, and footnote with some additional information on the just definition of useful life to.
And the red box.
And the red boxes. Okay, so.
Okay, so your motion, that's your motion.
That's
Can
my
I-
motion.
Can I ask one question about your motion?
Yes.
All right, so you actually said that you would like to make reference to section 5.28, and Commissioner Root is asking that it, as I understand it, so if I'm wrong, Commissioner Root, please say it, but Commissioner Root is actually asking that it be specifically incorporated. Is that correct, Commissioner Root?
That is indeed what I'm suggesting is under goal number 5 entitled Maintain and Improve Upon Park Aesthetics and Natural Areas. Under objectives, under the bullet point that talks about the environmental principles outlined in the Winnetka Park District policy manual set forth as, boom, just list them. They're not that long. It's A through H, just put them in there. And then I am suggesting that that there be a new little dot bullet there that says promote sustainable practices and ensure integration of environmental responsibility in park planning, operations, and community programming with a focus on the preservation of park open land.
I second that. Motion.
It's a little exhausting.
Can I
but-
just ask a quick question?
Yes.
For clarification.
Please.
You also noted, or somebody noted, maybe it be in the appendix. If it's spelled out the way you just said.
Doesn't.
It doesn't, please.
Sorry.
She's asking where it should appear. Should
I
it
just-
appear in the appendix? or
No,
should it appear in the body?
if this verbiage that you've just approved
Identify.
is entered into the body of the report, which is actually the appendix right now. No, it's not the appendix, it's in the executive summary. Do you still want it, the entire policy in the appendix? That was noted by somebody, I just want to be clear.
It was,
I had suggested that.
You did, and I just.
Maybe, I mean, I feel like if the principles are listed.
Okay.
That's okay.
Just want to be sure.
And maybe just put in parentheses, policy
Yeah.
5.28,
Oh, right. Oh,
so
yeah.
that if someone said, oh, I
Yes.
would like to see where that is in the like, they would
Okay.
have a clue.
Okay.
How to approach
Okay.
that, right?
Thank you, yeah.
all right. So we've had that motion seconded, and is it a roll call vote then?
Commissioner Corley,
Yes.
Commissioner Koto,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes. And can I ask another question? Lisa? Were you able to get the full verbiage that Commissioner Root is suggesting? I got most of it, but not the entire.
I've noted the timestamps. and
Okay,
I'll go through.
perfect.
I've looked
All right,
at
thank you.
several, but definitely.
Thank you.
And so,
Madam
Lisa,
Chair,
Yes?
Commissioner Root, I'm more than happy to send Lisa an email right now where I include that specific language, and I will copy Executive Director and also the Board President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elsa. All right, so great. Now we're moving on to section 5.2. We're skipping because that was part of the consent agenda. Oh, so actually we are circle back to the financial report and Mr. Crocker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry for the confusion earlier, but Mr. Ronald Amon of Lauterbach and Amon is here in the audience, and I would like to invite him to come forth to the microphone and discuss the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Plan for the Winnetka Park District. Thank you, Ronald.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ron Amon with Lauterbach and Amon. Just going to hit a couple highlights in both the bound audit report and then make a couple comments about what the management letter that was issued for the December 31st, 2024 audit. The first page I want to reference is page 6 in the audit, and it is the Certificate of Achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association. The Park District has received this very prestigious award since 2007. So the December 31st, 2023 audit was submitted. It goes through an extensive 3-level of reviews, and once again, the Park District has earned the award. What I'd like to make sure I reference to the board is that the review process does not give any comments or relationships to financial health, but what it makes sure that all the requirements that are standard for government entities, that everything is being adhered to in a professional manner. From there, pages 9, 10, and 11. This is the independent auditor's report. All units of government by Illinois state statute are required to have an independent auditor's report. A report or opinion is clean or unmodified, and the basis of that opinion is that your financial statements are materially correct based on our auditing procedures. It's the highest level you can get, and it's the only level that you want from your auditors. From there, I'm going to skip forward to page 32 and 33 and just hit a couple pages here that talk about some financial numbers for the year ended December 31st, 2024. So on page 32 and 33 are a series of funds that the Park District maintains. These are the governmental funds of the Park District. And what I'm going to reference is the third line up from the bottom where it says net changes in fund balance. And I'll start with the third line up, and the far right column is the total, and it shows that the Park District increased your fund balance under these governmental funds of $681,915. So a positive increase in your fund balance for the 12 months ended. From there, I'm going to go to page 38 and 39. This is the same activity, but you, as a Park District, have 4 what we call enterprise or governmental proprietary funds. And once again, the third line up from the bottom in the far right column shows that these 4 funds increased fund balance at $247,287. So both the governmental funds and the proprietary funds had a positive increase for the 12 months ended. From there, I'm going to flip to the management letter that we issued to the Park District for the year. We have one current comment, talks about the budget. The comment is listed there. We've discussed this with staff. They have a response directly in the base of the management letter. So we just diligence towards inputting, key punching, being attentive to the numbers, and as we all know, it's easier said than done. So as we move forward, just making sure that the budget document and the internal documents that you guys maintain match throughout the year. From there, just real briefly, we had 4 prior comments in management letters. One was funds over budget. You can see that there were 3 funds in the prior year that were over budget, and then 1 fund in the current year that's over budget. There was a comment last year about bank reconciliations and that process, and you can see in our comment that that comment has been taken care of and will not be repeated in the future going forward. The third comment is about the number of cash accounts, and once again, you can see management's response, and I think actually the board had discussions about this. So that comment will also be removed as we move forward, just based on the board being aware of the comment of how many cash accounts you have. It's not that it's wrong, so as long as the board's aware and makes that decision, we're fine. And then the fourth and final comment in the prior management letters talks about month-end and year-end process and how those are reconciled and processed, and here too under the policy. So the last page of the management letter just talks about new GASBs. Whenever I get the chance to go in front of boards, I tell you that GASBs are our full employment process. They just keep going as much as they tell us they're going to stop. They just keep putting them out, and then we have to adhere to them and try to work with staff of how to implement GASBs as we move forward. So you can see there'll be one new one from next year that'll affect the Park District a little bit, and then the second comment in there will be the following year. So from there, I'll take any comments either about maybe the CAFR and the bound document, the management letter, or anything about our audit process.
Do I have questions? Commissioner Cotto?
I just have one comment. As the commissioner who led the charge to diversify the deposit holdings as a function of the failure of Silicon Valley Bank to maximize our coverage of FDIC insurance, I just want to make it clear to everyone why we did that. And I do believe that the regulatory environment for banks going forward is going to be a little looser. Don't mean to make a political comment. I think that's fairly well understood. Consequently, I think it's even more important that we maintain these separate accounts to maximize the FDIC coverage as broadly as possible as we sit right now with a cash position as we hope to be able to launch our beach project. So that's why we're doing what we're doing, in case it's not clear to anyone, and you're more than welcome to ask me any questions about that. That was me, so.
It's July 24th. We've actually had discussions about 2025 budget, and we're just getting the audit in July of 2024. I know there's been a lot of emails. Many of them I ignore because I want to hear from you. What took so long? Why July? I remember we did this in May. I think we've done it in May in previous years. June. It's late. Why?
I think I'll start with in the government sector, the state of Illinois gives government units 6 months to do your audit, and they do that for a reason. A lot of it's property tax driven, a little bit of it is resources, a little bit of it is lack of accounting firms that play in this industry. So as our firm continues to evolve and grow, are working with your staff, I had a conversation I came and met with Jim and Shannon, I think in like January, and kind of kicked off the audit process.
Like December or early January.
Yeah. So we started back then, set together a schedule. As the audit moved forward and whatever emails you were on, I ultimately got included myself as the managing partner of our firm. I had a phone call with Shannon. I'm not good with time, but May-ish, maybe June. Yeah, early June. My opening comment to Shannon, it's not a phone call I like having. She didn't like having it on her end either. She was incredibly professional. Told us that in this process, they asked us to be at this board meeting in July. Our staff somewhere in there said, probably not going to get here by July. So I had my phone conversation with Shannon. I went to my internal people, switched up the audit team a little bit to close the deal, and told Shannon I will do everything in our power to make sure we're here in July. We made it. I'm sure Jim probably had some frustrating moments and times throughout that process. It takes a team, and the team is Lauterbach and Amen and the Winnetka Park District. What we're going to do next year is, I believe in a couple of weeks, we have like what we call an exit conference with the Park District and kind of say, what can we do different as your service provider to do these audits? What can we ask you guys to do different to make sure that we're getting everything we need, close some of the windows in timing. Most units of government take about 5 to 6 months. So you're not outside the window, but yeah, June would be a really good time to make sure everything gets done and filed. So I think the part I can communicate to the board, and I appreciate you asking the question, the Park District was incredibly professional as this little hiccup and speed bump happened. And we appreciate that because not all of our clients approach it that way. And on the phone call, I told Shannon I'll do everything in my power to make sure that I'm here in July, and here we are. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Amon?
Just had a couple. I mean, I know that our team, in light of the number of cash accounts, seemed like we did a much better job this year in terms of having the balances done monthly so that it wasn't, like that was a huge improvement over last year on the part of our team. So I definitely wanted to recognize that, despite the fact that we have all these accounts for the FDIC insurance. So I know that effort did not happen, or that result did not happen without effort on a regular basis by our staff. So thank you. Do you think that getting to this documented month end and year end close procedures will improve your ability to come in and do the audit on a more timely basis next year, or it shouldn't have an impact?
I probably would say from the outside, and this is not getting into the process of what the Park District does, like on a monthly basis to provide information to the board, but in my mind, they're related, but are they going to impact the timing? I think the best scenario for the Park District would to be done by like the end of May. And so you're not really, you can tighten up that window a little bit.
Okay.
But I think with like closing payables and getting all the internal documents done, I would say they're related, but maybe Jim might be able to give you a little better or different answer. But related, but not too much.
Okay. No, because
we think that's fair.
I think that's a fair statement. Yeah,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, no, because I asked just because, we'll be doing our strategic plan. This is an open item, and, I'm just trying to get a feel for how high up on the prioritized list should it be. Like, it's certainly not a happy thing to see an audit comment repeated. On the other hand, is the world going to end? Like it, I wouldn't say it ended, but, it created a lot of difficulty to not have those accounts balanced consistently. It sounds like with this one, probably not, but it's a good thing to do. So, okay, that's my understanding. And then I just had a few other comments that we're not going to address in the meeting that I've gone back and forth, with Jim on. Well, maybe one I'll raise, but we had kind of a surprise last year with some outside retiree health benefits that we were caught off, I think it's fair to say we were caught off guard with. And so we made some policy changes, and I couldn't find where that's documented in the audit report, and I just want to make sure, should it be documented in the audit report? I would hate to have that be a surprise at a future point, and I couldn't see where in the financials it was reflected, because we, kind of said if we're grandfathering the current people in the plan, and then we are making it a much higher length of service to be eligible for the plan going forward, which should reduce our forward-looking liabilities. And I don't know if I missed it or if I.
So I would say three things about that. Number one, I would say three things about that. Number one, the continuation doesn't represent a change, right? The continuation, the decision that we took to grandfather doesn't represent a change. The policy change to lengthen the service represents a change, but not a direct material impact immediately. In fact, it pushes out the financial impact. And the third thing is, you have a materiality standard with regard to what you report. What is that standard for retirement benefits like that? I mean, it's probably a function of size, does it move the needle in terms of reporting results, et cetera. So.
If you're changing a policy that affects the future, then us accountants won't go backwards. So the materiality is always, it's used for a variety of different things in our auditing, but it's for things like misstatements. But as long as the policy was implemented and then changed and it affects going forward, then the materiality is not going to affect it. It'll just to check, adjust some of the future numbers. The one, if I understand what you're saying, it's going to affect what we call other post-employment benefits.
Yes.
And based on what I hear and what I think I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but on page 71, you can see that your other post-employment benefits actually went down, which would mean you lengthened out the time. And so the other post-employment benefits went from 609,000 to 446. So that's probably where it's indicated at in that number.
Okay.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yes, if it's changed there, even if it's not noted that it's because of our policy change. And we're confident that that is, you know, what we need to look forward to, and we are not surprised again. That's good.
All right. Just catch up here. All right, I think at this time, are we finished with all commissioner comments and questions?
At this time, are we all finished with all commissioner comments and questions? Or Colleen, just I want to double check with you because I want to make sure that we're hearing you.
Madam Chair, I have no further comments or questions on the audit report.
Wonderful.
Thank
you, Mr. Lauterbach.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Or Mr. Amon from Lauterbach.
My retired partner is Sherry Lauterbach, so.
It doesn't say. All right, we're done. Okay, so at this time we turn to the Elder Lane and Centennial Park and Beach Project update from Mr. Costa Catula.
Elise, thank you. As presented in the Park District, in the board meeting packet, there is a memo in there that outlines current work for the Elder Lane and Centennial Project. You will note that the beginning part of that memo does outline the board action that was taken back at the June 26th meeting. We'll kind of cover that in the next item, because that's the next item on the agenda. But just to kind of go over where we're at with the project, currently the one thing I would like to mention is that the efforts to clean up the beach at Elder and Centennial is currently underway. The team from Misfits Construction did mobilize on Monday. They were back out yesterday and today. Today they started removing some of the pilings from Elder Lane Beach and started with some of their inline shore items as well. Excuse me, from Centennial Beach, not Elder, and are working on the south half of Centennial. They'll continue on. We're expecting another piece of equipment to be delivered on Friday, and they're going to keep moving forward with that project. Right now, we are still on schedule. I'd like to thank the efforts of the marketing team, both Kate and Skylar, as well as Elisa and her team for having our back and helping us through that process of engagement and outreach. We are doing our best to try to make sure that people are informed. We also, in turn, have a beach attendant posted on site that can help educate people as well. So if people are curious what's going on, they have that information too. So we're going to be giving the updates as that comes along. And not to forget that once we complete our work, the village is going to take the opportunity to complete their work of the pipe replacement underneath the Elder Lane Pier. They're contractor's gonna come in, remove the remaining remnants of the old pipe, and then install the new pipe, and hopefully get that done by August 9th is the tentative timeline. So, short of that, we are still working on other projects that the board has directed staff to complete, and one of those was the permanent or temporary dog beach fencing permit application. As I mentioned last month, we did have the request from the United States Army Corps of Engineers to switch the permit from a regional to a standard permit for a solo project, if you will, so an individual permit. That went live for public notice on July 18th. That will wrap up August 18th. We'll look to the United States Army Corps of Engineers with their findings on that and what was submitted on the project's behalf, and look to reply to those comments from there. Otherwise, we've had a little further conversations with Cook County Department of Animal Control. They had asked for a couple follow-up things that we actually wound up sending them back in June. They apparently did not receive those, so we resubmitted those to them this week. So they are working on their findings as well to whether or not the anticipated plan that we have in for permit will meet their criteria as well. So we're still running that background well at the same time. So as it relates to the project plan update, like I said, we'll touch base on the new board direction in regard to the pause for the special use permit process next. But for now, is there any questions that I can answer for the board on those couple items?
Does anyone have questions?
I have one quick question.
Okay.
What's the approximate length that the village is replacing? How far back into the?
If memory serves, I want to say it was 65 feet.
Okay, that's good. That's good enough. I just wanted to know.
I forget if it's 65 or 85, but I thought it was 65.
So they're taking the pipe to what will be the now end of the pier.
10 feet short of what would be now the end,
Okay.
which would be where the current concrete is.
Got it.
So if you were to imagine where the steel is, that's going to be removed. 10 feet short of the concrete is where the alcohol is going to be discharged. And that was selected purposefully so there was some coverage for the alcohol pipe, so it's protected by the last piers or footings that are holding up the pier.
Yep.
Thanks.
Do I have Commissioner Rapp?
I just want to say thank you for posting a beach attendant to answer questions, because I know when Pat and I were at the farmer's market, we got a number of questions. So I think when people show up to the beach and they're disappointed, to be able to say, well, here, look, you can see the construction equipment out, that's really a positive thing. Were there any treasures that have come off of Centennial with the removal?
I will say I was rather
Gold chest, you know.
The timbers that are being pulled out underneath the soil and the sand, they're well preserved. But otherwise, no treasures. We're not going to self-fund this with things we found yet. So
It's worth asking.
Right. So yeah.
So I have a question, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you have sort of a best guess as to when the fencing will be approved and ready for installation?
At this point in time, I couldn't even venture a guess.
No?
We are actively working with the IDNR, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the IEPA, along with them, as I mentioned, Cook County Department of Animal Control, and the Village of Winnetka.
Yeah.
I think the village is waiting to weigh in once they have an understanding from those prior agencies. So at this point, maybe late fall, we might have a determination, maybe. But
Okay.
like I said, I don't want to be held to a date because
Right,
it's
right.
uncertain at this time.
Right, okay, very good. Do we have any other questions from commissioners with respect to the cleanup and the other items that Mr. Katulis has covered with regard to Elder and Centennial?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do have a question for Mr. Katulis with respect to those issues. First of all, I wanted to share how excited residents have been to have the ability to go down to Elder Beach, and their disappointment when we started our work that it was closed. And so the question I have is there a way, I know you have the little QR codes on the signs so folks can actually patch in and see, any changes, but is there a way also for us to kind of update our park website to determine what the progress is and give notice to the public? They want that beach open as soon as possible, and so my real question is, Costa, how likely are we to meet that August 9th date to reopen the beach?
Sure. To the first comments you had, Commissioner Root, staff is part of our plan for engagement through this, both through social media, the website, as well as email outreach to the pass holders, is to give updates along the way. So we plan on giving a couple updates, including some information there. So that's already being documented and going to be released by staff through the process. In regards to progress on the project and timing, right now we're still, looking to that date. We did lose one day to inclement weather. In regards to climate weather, I mean lake conditions. It was still too wavy to access the lake. But short of having poor lake condition days, we should be able to meet that timeline. I will state that once Centennial work is complete, we plan on opening that site up. So that site will be open ahead of the work for Elder, which will help alleviate some of the congestion or some of the frustration the community might have in regards to the project. But as it relates to the Elder site, when we pair this with the Village's work, unfortunately, right now we are still looking at the 9th, and right now we're holding to that date as of right now.
Thank you, and then I just want to commend staff for the creativity of providing guest passes for Dog Beach patrons to Gilson Dog Beach. I'm getting pictures every day from residents with their dogs as they're on Gilson, just delighted to be there. And so staff, really thank you for doing that.
To take that one step further, we are very thankful for the efforts of Wilmette Park District to allow us to combine our efforts here during this downturn. So no, we are very thankful for their opportunity to help support us with our initiatives as well. So no, thank you, Colleen, for bringing that up.
No, sincerely, residents are really, really happy. So I keep saying, send your pictures to the district so they can use them. Because we're getting some good photos coming in here.
Sounds good.
All right, so I think that's the completion of comments to section 5.2, and I wanted to move on to section, I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yeah, 5.3, excuse me, to 5.3, and now we're moving on to 5.4.
Okay, so 5.4 is the scope.
Yes.
I was like, wait, I didn't want this.
All right. So in the packet, we did include some of the information that helped derive our project outline. You'll see in the memorandum there was an attached outline memo that also kind of covered the scope of work overview that staff had put together for the project. At this time currently, we have reviewed the scope of work with our design team. We have received some proposals in. We are working through a review of those proposals to try to make sure that they all are aligned, so we're not missing or having a scope gap, if you will, through those. And then once we complete that review, we're going to be looking to Adam for his legal review as well to make sure that whatever documentation in regards to change orders or requests for additional funding towards change orders or new contracts, we can bring to the board. They're fully vetted and ready for potential execution for the board. Right now, we are looking towards August, but if there's anything that changes along the way, we'll definitely keep the board informed. But as of this time, there is no formal change orders to be approved this evening. Can I answer any questions?
I'd actually like to say something, if I may. Oh, did you have a question?
No, you don't.
Okay.
I do, you go.
So this is, I think that Christina and I would like to just sort of update the board a little bit on some of the meetings that we've had with the village. I've met several times with, either on the phone or in person, with Bob Dearborn, Shannon Nizal, Bob Dearborn, Rob Bahan and I have had a meeting. Christina Cotto and I, as the liaisons to the village, have met with Rob Apatoff and Bridget Orsick, who are the liaisons to the Park District, their liaisons to the Park District liaisons with respect to the beachfront, and we've really been trying to. It's been good collaboration. We've sort of taken out our pens and sort of broken down a lot of the issues. We haven't solved them by any means, but I think we're having a lot of really good communication in terms of understanding, sort of different views and
and really working toward trying to come up with a more streamlined understanding as to where the village and the park district might be able to devise a solution to the beachfront, to the Elder Centennial plan. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I think we've had 3 good meetings. We've had a couple, we've also had field trips. So we went up to Illinois Beach State Park, and we also we walked Elder and Centennial and Lloyd and Tower together, just to look at locations of elements that we're discussing as we discuss them, so that we're all on the same page, which I think is fruitful. It's time consuming, but I think it puts us all on the same page.
Right, and we have other meetings on the schedule as well, so we're really trying to work together and, find some common grounds.
Hey, can I make one comment?
Yes.
Couple comments on tonight from the public about effectively preservation of open space and preservation of Park District assets. Very important. I think we have a result, which is great. More officially in the document. And I think it's really important to remember that Elder Centennial started out as we want to preserve these beaches.
Exactly.
Our most important, unique asset we have is the lakefront. So we want to do that with Elder and Centennial. Thank you very much for taking so much of your time to meet with representatives of the village board.
Thank you. Do you have a comment, Commissioner Rapp?
Yeah, I had a few questions on the scope. Are we, what ballpark are we expecting the change orders to come in? I mean, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? In August, I don't want to be sitting here having a heart attack of,
Sure.
where are we?
I would say that we're probably close to the $100,000 mark. Once
So
again,
100,000, not 800,000.
No. A portion of what was done before, definitely. That is based on the consideration of being able to repurpose and reuse the majority of the base plan and accommodate the new changes based on what we've heard thus far through planning, zoning, and so forth. If there are drastic changes from that plan, or we deviate from that plan greatly, then there's potential for a higher cost because we would be redoing more of the plan, and more time and more engineering and more documentation and so forth would go into that.
Okay.
But we're looking to break this into 2 phases of work. The initial phase of work that would get us through a schematic design as outlined in the outline in the packet, in the memo, excuse me. That covers phase 1, and then you'll notice in phase 2, once it's approved from this board, then we would take that schematic design and drive it to design drawings that we can then present to the planning commission, the board, design review, and ultimately council for approval to go to that next step. Not necessarily take it through construction documents, but bring it to a final plan where we can answer all the questions, review with staff, and the staff's consultant, third-party coastal engineer, and have that understanding. Some of that cost we had suggested, or it's been suggested, to get some proposals on modeling that would need to be done. Right now, that estimate is anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000. Based on my initial discussions, I was kind of curious just to see what other agencies have done, and I was a little shocked to find about the information for Kenilworth. They chose not to complete modeling for their project, and they just relied on, as we did for Lloyd, the bathymetry review of the coastal surveys, and utilize that for sand nourishment, replenishment, as part of a 5-year nourishment plan. So that was something that was kind of interesting, that I know we've heard rumors circulating around the modeling that was done and so forth, but once again, as our consultants have talked to us about, based on our coastal design, based on our project design, based on the climate of our shoreline, that might not be necessary. In fact, they're recommending that it's not necessary. So those are things just to think about mull over for the board as we move through this process to understand the complexity of the spend and what the, what it will yield in regards to what we spent already before we actually hit broken ground. So just some food for thought.
The other question I have, and I'm ready for a grenade to be thrown at me, but I'm going to put it out there anyway, is just in phase one, I don't see like some form of like public engagement, like some kind of workshop. And I know no one likes it, but I'm going to say it anyway. But what really I think made Kenilworth work well and be able to deliver a very positive referendum was, Hitchcock Design was in a video saying things like, this is your project, here are the 3 options that you can choose from, and then we'll go with, so I think that was very powerful, but also I think, is there a plan to engage with residents? I mean, we had masses of residents giving public comment to the different commissions, and is there some way to make sure that that's not going to happen again because we've addressed some of the concerns before we do it during phase one, before we have drawings redone, before we have, it's a question to consider. You don't need to respond right away. Okay, yeah, no, I just.
To the phase one, because to be honest, I put it together.
Yeah,
so
okay.
My thought process through this, I mean, we have completed, and I'm not trying to say, public comment is bad by any means. Public comment is always good. We've done that previously. We've done that several times through multiple phases of plan development. We heard common themes, and those common themes have run through consistently all of our development design. And we've built to those standards. And every time we build to a standard, it seems like that standard changes. So now we've heard additional public comment. We've heard now comment from the review boards. So the plan on this was to take everything that we've heard thus far that is fruitful and will get us to a plan that is best for the entire community, and take that information and drive it to this without incurring additional costs for public engagement or open houses and more time to be passed. Our direction that I understood was to pause and redirect based on what we know to date. So if there's decision amongst the board to change that, by all means, I'm not the authority, the board is. We'll follow the direction of the board.
I just feel like checking to, say, okay, here are all the changes that we've made, here are the comments that they went with, and communicating that in a way to circle back, will it help? I would hope so.
Madam Chair, would it be all right if I may comment at this point?
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and other commissioners for your collaborative work with the village. It's very much appreciated. Secondly, in having attended, as others on the board have, every planning and zoning meeting, what seemed to come across as I listened to public comment was our public did not feel that the Park District was listening to them, that they didn't feel included. So going back to Commissioner Rapp's comment, I think it is worth the time and the money to, once we're at some point, to communicate to the public, have yet another painful workshop, but give the public the opportunity to be involved with this. And in looking at the comments from the zoning board and the planning commission, it seemed that there was a common theme surrounding safety, that large concerns focused on safety, and in particular with the expansive armored stone breakwater pier. So I will be curious to see how that is addressed in the new schematic design revision. And then I have a question, Costa. I'm curious, as I looked at item 1 where it said review and integration of village comments, how are you going to be meeting? It says 1 to 2 meetings with zoning board and plan commission. Do you intend that to be during hearings?
So that is in regards to that's more or less a typo. It's not supposed to be with, but based on the information we gathered from those meetings, not actual physical meeting that
Okay.
we're returning
Thank you for
back
that.
and forth. That is, I apologize, that's a
No,
missing
no
line
apology
there.
necessary.
That
I
is
just
a
wanted
rough,
to-
basically, understanding of what we've heard today, review all the information and comments that we have. It's not a physical meeting. So sorry about
And
that
then
confusion.
Item 6, might I suggest the 3D visuals were extremely, they were well received by the public. So if we're gonna have visual renderings, you know, and if the board agrees, it would be nice to have 3D so people can really get a feel for this.
Yep.
And then I have one final question. Who is included in the design team? Who will be included in these meetings? In the past, the administrative assistant to the executive director participated and took minutes. And I think it would be very helpful to have minutes taken. But who is included in the design team meetings?
Sure, so going back to your previous comment around the allowance for rendering design, staff would agree that, yeah, those were very well received by the community. And that's why we included them here as an opportunity to include those for additional costs, and we'll know what that cost is to bring that to board for determination. As it relates to the project team right now is anticipated to be the project design team as it was before. So that would include Red Bar Design, so Matt Wright. It would include Spaceco Construction, engineering, which would be Bill Loftus and members of his team. That would include the Lakota Group, both Morgan and Scott, and members of their team as needed. That would also include ancillary engineering. I know Red Barn subcontracts with Westbrook Engineering for structural engineering. So if there are design changes with structural components, or his other sub of Shadik and Associates in regards to their input on the plan. And then from there, it would also include Peter Lemon from Kimberly and Horn to make sure that we're taking into consideration some of the parking input and the information that we've received there, as well as in the past, Anna Simon participated in some of the meetings, and then it would be staff. It would be Shannon Zal, myself, and if the board would like us to continue doing minutes for those meetings and invite somebody to do those meeting minutes, we could talk through that as well. There might be, if they so choose, the liaisons that were appointed by the board, both Elise Gibson, Commissioner Gibson, and Commissioner Cotto, if they would like to partake. As we've done in the before, we've let those liaison commissioners partake as well. But that would be the longhand of the potential design team.
Thank you, and I would highly recommend to the board that we consider having minutes of these various meetings.
All right, Commissioner Cotto.
I just had two quick points. The first point is, we have a demonstrated history because we've done 3 other beaches and our results at those beaches have been audited. So most recently, our results at Lloyd have been audited by the U.S. Army Corps and the IDNR for their performance. So we do have a demonstrated history of success without using the hydrodynamic modeling, and my guess is that that's what Kenilworth is going to be doing. They'll be audited by the U.S. Army Corps to see if the elements that are performing as they have designed them. They would not be allowed to move forward without modeling if there was any question by the Corps or by the IDNR. So that's one. I just wanted to thank Costa for the successful implementation on budget at Lloyd, and that's our most recent project. The second point I wanted to say is that having attended all of these hearings as well, the feedback is stronger in opinion, more numerous, but the engagement is of higher quality. It's hard to listen to, but it is of higher quality than anything we got at any of our open houses. And yes, it's hard to listen to, but when that attention is focused, you get people to really focus on the elements. And so I find this process very valuable. It's something that will work through. It's hard to listen to, but I think it's so incredibly valuable, because this is everyone who stands up and makes public comment at those hearings, every person on those advisory boards has done some of the research work necessary to make an informed opinion, and that helps us make a better project. So that's where the engagement is coming. I think it's really high quality engagement. I don't know if you agree or disagree. It's very intense, it's very passionate, but that's okay, because to me that means it's very important to these people who are actually taking the time to speak. That's it.
Can I make one more comment? Am I allowed to?
Yes.
You can say no.
You can do. Commissioner Seaman.
I mean, there are very presumptuous comments made about the public. I mean, I want to go back again to the 2023 caucus survey that referenced at that time the plan for Elder Centennial, similar to what has been going through the process through the village. 83% of the respondents said, go do it and maybe even do more. I view that because I'm a believer in the caucus. It isn't perfect, but it has there were 1,890 people who answered that question in 2023. That's the public. I cannot speak for the public. I can speak for myself and the people that I engage with. That's the public. So I think it's really important for this board and for staff and for ED and Azalea to understand that we have a tremendous amount of public feedback, which is supportive of investing and protecting our beaches. So thank you for the opportunity to make 2 comments.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments, or is there anything else that you have, Mr. Catulus, regarding Elder Centennial?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right, and so we'll move on to the establishment of advisory boards. And Elisa?
So I'm going to turn this over. This was a discussion back at the April board meeting. It was at that point tabled to the July meeting. Commissioner Cotto brought it up in the April meeting. So I am going to turn it over.
Sure. I wrote up a little memo. It's a couple of pages, and I'm referencing the policy manual 5.04, which is page 51 in the policy manual. And these advisory boards are, the goal of them is community outreach, communications, and development tools for the board. So we sit up here, this is my 6th year, some of us have been up here for 5 years, on and off, and we are immersed in our budget and our projects, and we forget that the average person who's moving into town or who's coming in to look at this project may or may not have all the same background. They may or may not have all the same history. And the goal of these advisory boards is to be the conduit with the public to help us understand what issues need clarification. Do people really need to see the first iterations? Do they need to see the second iterations? Do they need to see the plans from 2021, 22, 23, 24, et cetera? So this is the basic purpose. Number one, engage with the public at a level where we don't necessarily hear from them. Number two, educate a group of people on these advisory boards who step forward and are curious about aspects of our operations, golf operations, capital projects and facilities, and budget and finance. And number three, serve as a development tool for the board. This would allow everyone in this community, these will be public meetings subject to the Open Meetings Act. These people will apply. They will be selected by the board in closed session. 1 or 2 commissioners will be added to them. They'll meet 3 times a year to go over budget priorities, capital projects priorities, And they'll clarify the process for people who are not on this board, but may someday want to be on this board. And it allows them to take a smaller bite during a time where they may have onerous work requirements or family requirements. So I'm happy to clarify any of the points that I made in this memo to any of the other commissioners.
Can you share with the three?
Yeah.
Can you share the three
Sure.
boards that you're proposing?
Yeah, the advisory boards I would propose would be Budget and Finance, because I think, there's lack of clarity with regard to what is an enterprise fund, what is a government fund, where do we use tax dollars, how do we use tax dollars, how do we levy? So that's Budget and Finance. Where is our debt? What does it support? Where are we allowed to issue debt? We are so far under our debt issuance limits. I don't know that people understand that either, but we have no plans to issue additional debt. Number two, capital projects and facilities. So we have a hierarchy of needs. We have a limited capital budget. As we work through these projects, some capital is already committed. You're going to hear about a couple of those projects a little bit later in this meeting. And they are, expiration of useful life. The second thing is we have a wish list of things that's come out from the comprehensive master plan. We'd like to know, what do those things cost? What do they cost to build? What do they cost to operate? Where would we put them? So as you go through this capital rationing exercise, it's helpful to have a group of people on a capital projects and facilities committee understand how we made those decisions and how much money there actually is to spend on them. And then the third would be golf operations. We have female golfers, we have male golfers, we have a lot of people who engage in a lot of different golf courses around the country. That's useful feedback for Kemper.
Do any of the commissioners have questions about this proposal? Commissioner Rapp? You look like you do.
I do, but I would really like to hear what others have to say, because I've spoken about this previously, and I will circle back after I...
Commissioner Seaman, you sort of look like you might have something to say.
I always got something to say. And I've spoken to Christina about this. 3 is too much. I believe 1's enough. We start small. We get some success with one of these advisory committees, because it will take time of... Advisory boards, excuse me.
Committee
Advisory board.
is a defined term, so.
Thank you. Advisory board. I don't really care which one it is. I think it's a very good idea. I think engaging people in the public is always good on a more granular level on the Park District and its operations. And then just the other thing, I think in some ways, again, this can be combined with some type of teach-in. I don't know if that's a culmination of the advisory board work, is a study session of what was learned. It would obviously be I'll say a regular board meeting, maybe again, only and specifically focused on the one advisory board. But I think there's a way to craft this and get some really good information, community contacts, community outreach, but 3's too many. Let's start small, let's start with 1 and then work from there.
Commissioner Corley, would you like to say something?
Yeah. Could you talk a little bit about how these boards integrate with the main board? Is the goal to, only to recruit future board members? Is it to advise the board with these groups, present at meetings? And also, I would hope that these groups, you know, come up with information and do research that's useful, but, you know, what if these groups turn into, you know, what if there's disagreement in the groups and they sort of, you know, collapse on themselves?
So, number one, strictly advisory in nature. Okay, so no decision-making authority with regard to budget or finance or capital projects. Strictly advisory in nature. Number two, people who have a demonstrated interest in real estate development, budgets, government financing, government operations, people who are curious and may or may not have access to reading materials or experts in the field. So that would be the other benefit. They would be chosen by application. They could meet, my anticipation would be that they would meet, for example, shortly after the budget is adopted. So their first meeting would probably be sometime in January for each of these three. And then they would meet after the audit report is presented. And then they would meet at the end of the busiest summer season. Okay, 3 times. They would all attend budget meetings. For capital projects and finance, if there is a particular hierarchy of projects that's being considered, because we do have this list that's emerged from the comprehensive master plan, we'll go to feasibility studies, then we'll go to a strategic plan. That whole process, I don't think is comprehensible to everyone. I mean, I think people say, well, we said we wanted this in the survey, so let's just go do it. But there's a whole list of activities that we need to undertake to rank the things that we need to repair, the things that we need to replace, and the new things that we're considering and fully cost them out. So advisory in nature only, number one. Number two, it could be retired people who have expertise in these fields. It'll be interesting to see who steps forward to serve. And I take David's point that it's always hard to find candidates for commissioners. And so finding 3 people for 3 different boards, that's 9 people.
Yeah.
You know, that could be really hard to find 9 high-quality people. If it explodes, it explodes, but I'd really like to I'd like to have sort of a community liaison. I see them coming to farmers markets with us. I see us introducing them at our board meetings. I see, individual people as taking the lead and going to the IAPG conference and studying up on the municipal bond market. Those are just ideas for people to demonstrate their interest and understanding of these activities that we engage in so closely. Does that help?
Yeah, so would it be a fair comparison to think of the caucus as this group of people outside the park district, outside the board, that independently comes up with and does research on ideas, and these would almost be like mini caucuses for the park district board that can say, hey, here's what we found, we did all this work for you, if you want to take advantage of it. Is that a fair comparison?
I think that's one avenue that they could take. They could do research on their own. The other avenue that I would hope that they would take is that they would look at our presentations. For example, we have this beach project, and I would be curious to know if people really do want to see a history of all of the plans that we have created over the years, because we've had an influx of new people move into town. So is that a compelling interest? Because we could put together something, but I'm not volunteering Costa for more work or volunteering myself for more work, but I do have a drawer full of plans in my house. So my question is, where are we all starting for a lot of these topics that we're introducing? Because we're very close to a lot of these projects. So where are we all starting? Where do we need to start to introduce them?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rapp, are you okay now?
Yeah, no, that's good. That's helpful to have other people have a chance to go forward. I would say that I could completely get behind having the Golf Operations Advisory Board. That is a resident-focused opportunity to get feedback on one of our premier properties that we have dumped a ton of money into. I think it will also be dumped. We have invested, we have removed, we have But I think that's an area where the feedback is valuable, and I think that these sounding boards also, like, there's no limit to finding good people, and I think that as changes are made, like the Ladies League has gotten a lot of momentum. That's great. How do we, continue that? So I'm fully supportive of that one in this capacity as an advisory board. I could certainly think of other advisory boards. I would say that budget and finance and capital projects and facilities, I do not see as conducive to this advisory board format because of the learning curve. And I think through the budget process, we have a lot of meetings, we have staff educating us. So I struggle with how, or the value of engaging people when we have so many meetings about those topics, and the public is always welcome to come and comment and demonstrate interest, not on the advisory board. What I would really like to see is that, to the extent that we have people interested in working with the Park District, the foundation needs talent. The foundation needs finance people. I think that's a good way that we should be promoting to get people engaged and get their feet wet. And the foundation, is, as we hopefully get some of these capital projects moving and we have approved plans, the foundation is a good conduit to articulate the project history and the benefits and where we're trying to go when we have that. And then I think through these other, like our comprehensive master plan has a lot of follow-up studies that will necessitate other public engagement. And so as I said, I could get behind the Golf Operations Advisory Board. I cannot get behind the other two for the reasons previously enumerated. I would like to see us as a board consider further having board committees to tackle some of these topics, comprised of board members. And so that's what I have.
Thank you. Are you in favor of study sessions?
Among us?
No, for the public also, for these topics for the public.
It's unclear to me how you're framing them. Like, are you envisioning like an educational overview on Park District finance, and here are enterprise funds, here's the intent of them, they should be self-sustaining?
So that would be like a big course. That would be a longer course. I think the more strategic thing would be, we just came through this comprehensive master plan, now we're going to this strategic plan, now we're going to be doing some feasibility studies, here's what came back from the feasibility studies, here's how we think about this. COSTA speaks, construction people speak, insurance people speak, so that everybody understands why we're making the decisions that we're making. That we're not disenfranchising a group that wants something if it turns out to be more expensive.
I don't feel like this vehicle of the committees is the way to accomplish that. I think if we
That's fair.
wanted to do some kind, I don't know what the vehicle is for information sessions. I personally would be interested in those topics to hear what other people have to say, and review the history of enterprise funds and why we have them and when the Park District implemented them, because I see Terry Schwartz was a big proponent of them. I suspect that's why we have them. They have pros and cons. It'd be good to enumerate that, but I can't see herds of lay people coming, because they are always welcome. Yeah. And when we talk about the budget, these chairs are not really filled.
I know.
And there are other opportunities for public engagement. Like we could choose to do the truth in taxation hearing and try and encourage, there are other vehicles. I feel like it would be helpful for us as commissioners, because, you can always learn something about finance. We have 2 new commissioners who, while Mr. Corley, I know, has studied in depth in these financials, it's still a learning curve. So to say, okay, we're going to do this in an advisory board format where we have 2 commissioners, I guess the rest of us could participate as members of the public. That seems kind of weird, but we could. It just doesn't feel like it's the right format. Whereas golf, I feel like great. I could envision what I've seen other districts do, like Lenco has a very, viable a valuable lakefront advisory group where they talk about, things like, how beach passes were sold last year and did that work, and here are some of the plans that we're thinking about for the new playgrounds, and, and that I think is really valuable. So I'm glad we're starting with golf. I think that there could be others.
May I ask you a question, Commissioner Rapp? Are you, is your objection to the other proposed advisory boards that they're maybe too overly broad? Because when you mentioned Glencoe and the Beachfront Advisory Group, that's a pretty specific thing to their facilities, and so maybe you're feeling like the chosen advisory boards are overly broad.
I mean, Glencoe also had a ice rink or ice arena advisory board. I forget what the exact, was.
But again, specific.
But it was specific to the
Right.
facilities with a more user
So they're
focused.
formed, they study this, and then they disband.
Well, I mean,
or they remain.
The ice arena one in Glencoe, I think, recently disbanded because they have already made all the massive
Yeah.
upgrades in
Yeah.
their facilities. There was no more reason for the advisory board.
Okay, all right.
I would agree. I think the golf is the most natural extension for me, agreeing with Commissioner Rapp. It's like, it probably is just, we think about it, it's a narrow
Right, right. It sounds like Commissioner Root would like to comment.
I would like to thank Commissioner Coto for a memo. It was unfortunate that it was delivered to members of the board late this afternoon, so we haven't had a chance to really give it a careful review. But again, I support Commissioners Seaman and Commissioners Rapp. I think golf is a natural for an advisory committee. Looking back, I've been on history. This district had advisory committees for tennis, and they had it for ice, and then they had parks and recreation. And I know that our executive director has said that she's not necessarily too keen on advisory committees, but if the intent is you want to bring people in, you want to embrace the community and have them come in and feel, a part of this district, then bringing people in that have an interest because they use the facilities, be it tennis, be it ice, be it golf, or those who are crazy just about, parks. This would be, these would be logical advisory committees. Where I have a problem is when we start talking about budget and finance that I view to be a board obligation and duty, and when, particularly when we're talking about capital projects, and we're looking at people with expertise as developers and real estate folks, I might add, you'd also want to have somebody in that group that has a focus on environmental sustainability. In fact, Oak Park District is a trendsetter. They actually have an environmental sustainability advisory committee. So, I'm looking at all this and I'm thinking, I agree with Commissioner Rapp and Seaman. I think maybe we focus on the amenities that the park offers and start committees with that focus, rather than getting into the duties that we as board commissioners have. But thank you, Commissioner Coon, for your very detailed memo, and I will take it under review and advisement.
President Gibson, this is Executive Director Nizal. Would it be okay if I say something?
Yes.
Okay, so in regards to Commissioner Root's comment about me not being keen on committees, I think that's misinterpreted to the fact that I was actually the one that brought forward the idea of the golf advisory board.
Correct.
In conversations with Kemper Sports.
Correct.
And also, I would let the board know that every additional advisory board that we add has additional impact on staff and time and costs and our workload. So that is the only concern that I have as the executive director is the workload of staff if we are adding multiple advisory boards. Thank you.
Thanks, ED Nizal. So I personally would like to start out
a little more simply as well, just to see how it works. I think that a narrow scope initially in particular is a good idea. And then should we have good success with the Gulf Services Advisory Board, then perhaps we would move on to determining other ones. It's possible we would do the facilities and capital projects. It does seem very broad, but maybe we would. So I actually support the idea. I'm very interested to see how it works, but I think I'd like to start out with one initially.
That's fine.
Okay.
I think there's consensus for starting with one.
Yeah.
I think there is
In Gulf
consensus.
Services. Okay, so do we have a motion?
I move that we establish a Gulf Advisory Board
Okay, the Gulf Services.
to be
okay.
composed as described in the memo written by E.G. Nizal.
Okay,
Pardon me,
Yes.
there's a resolution that's attached
Right.
to the agenda.
Yes.
that
right.
If you want to,
Right.
if you want to limit, if you want to limit the action to just the Gulf Services
Yes.
Advisory Board, I would advise you to make a motion to amend the resolution that's been presented.
Okay.
To limit it to that.
Okay, perfect. I'll second your amendment to the resolution.
Perfect.
Yeah, we do have to vote. Is that a roll call? Yeah.
We're voting on the amendment.
The
You're voting
amendment
the
to the
amended
resolution.
resolution.
Because the
Oh, we're voting on the
resolution,
amended
yeah,
Yeah.
to just provide for a Gulf Services Advisory Board. Can we do a roll call vote, Lisa?
Yes. Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp? Yes. Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. Okay, now we'll move on to the proposed amendment to the New Trier Hockey Club agreement. And Elisa, this is you.
So in May, I came to the board to do an amendment number 1 to the New Trier Hockey Club affiliate agreement. Their affiliate agreement expired May 31st. And in the middle of this process, we are currently working on revising Board Policy 1707, which is the policy that states what the affiliate guidelines are. While we were working on 1707, we needed to extend the New Trier agreement at least through summer, and it was approved and extended through July 31st. Now we're coming up to August, and August starts their new rate, their season rate, their fall rate. So I am submitting an amendment, and I did speak to New Trier Hockey as well, to extend it until the end of the calendar year, with the hopes of bringing Board Policy 1707 to the board in the very near future. The way that our affiliate agreements are written right now is that they must meet Board Policy 1707. And currently, New Trier Hockey does not meet 1707. So we need to have the board look at 1707 and then discuss what affiliate qualifications the board agrees to. And then that will kind of drive the future of the New Trier affiliate agreement. But right now, it's just a simple extension through the end of the calendar year to cover this discussion at their new fall rate, which was board approved during the last budget cycle for the 2025 season, their 2025 season. Questions?
Any commissioners have questions with this amendment or this extension?
Yeah, I had a couple. So I had reached out to ask Elisa, because the current contract has, you should be providing certain financial information by July 1st. It's not objectionable. In my opinion, a nonprofit of their size should have that information. So I just wanted to raise the concern that the fact that we have organizations that are under contract with contracts that are not new to the Park District that are pushing back on providing basic information to ensure good governance and make sure that their financials are in order, that are providing service, pretty high risk activities to kids. I just wanted to raise that as a concern. We do have their current insurance documents, correct? Okay. So, hopefully that will be forthcoming, as it will be for all the affiliates who currently have contracts and are deriving revenues from Park District properties at pretty favorable rates. The other thing specific for ICE that I just wanted to put out there is we have policy 12.02, which is the determination of program mix on an annual basis for the ICE arena. We have never seen that. So as we come into the budget process, like, I don't know how the new Trier Hockey Club hours, fit into the overall portfolio, but I definitely would like to see that as we head into the budget process in line with our policies. So anyway, those were the comments that I wanted to make on the hockey club agreement. I'm supportive of extending it until the end of December, but I mean, like, the information that we're asking for it's not crazy for an organization doing business with a government entity. Like, it's a standard term, so I'm just like thinking we should be getting behind that and they should be providing it.
Commissioner Seaman?
We want the new Trier Hockey Club in the Winnetka Ice Arena. That's it.
All right, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Root, did you have something?
I agree with Commissioner Seaman. We need the Winnetka Hockey Club in the ice arena. Again, I support the second amendment to extend until we have our policy firmed up. However, I also agree with Commissioner Rapp. It should not be difficult for the hockey club to provide information. And I'm somewhat curious as to why it hasn't been forthcoming.
All right. May I have a motion to approve amendment number 2 to the New Trier Hockey Club affiliate agreement, extending the expiration to December 31, 2025?
So moved.
All right, could we have a roll call vote on that?
Yes.
Seaman and Root.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay. Commissioner Koto?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to new business in section 6.1, which is discussion of the outdoor courts 1 to 7 construction project budget adjustment. Costa?
President Gibson, thank you so much. You'll see a couple memos here directed to the AC Nielsen Tennis Center as as the board approved with the previous approval for the consent agenda. We're looking to make some investments into that facility. The first memo I'd like to present here is, of course, the budget adjustment. Through the planning process of the budget for 2025, Pat Pagasi and myself, we kind of reviewed, got some information in regards to a budget range on the project. Unfortunately, we were not anticipating to find subpar subsoils, if you will, that have drove the cost beyond what we had initially anticipated. The project that we're talking about, of course, is outdoor courts 1 through 7, including renovation of those courts. In this case, the reconstruction of those courts. The proposed project basically is going to be a complete renovation, so a complete demo of the courts as they are existing, and then to essentially rebuild those courts in the same footprint as they are currently. As we did with courts 8 through 12, one of the things that we did to combat our concern about the underlayment, the soil conditions, potential cracks and so forth, is to basically install a curb around the courts to hold that asphalt together, along with different preservation methods for the subsoils. Similar to this project, unfortunately, at the time, we did not have our soil testing reports, and we did not have a good understanding of what would be needed to remediate the subsoil, in this case, build that better, more solid foundation. So at this point, with the bids that were received from the 2 different bidders, ranging between $1.155 million and $1.99 million, basically $1.1 and $1.2 million, we need to ask the board for a budget adjustment to the original base project, which was account number 2400-60730 from the tennis fund. The purpose of this is, of course, is to complete the stopgap between what we had budgeted originally and what we're proposing for the completed project with alternate 2 and a contingency of 10%. There is a differential of about $479,000. Based on that, fortunately enough, Tennis is a great enterprise fund and is well funded. Not only that, they are looking to reduce their financial expense right now with the current debt service. I believe, Pat, if I'm not mistaken, basically you have 3 more years, and then the debt service rolls off, and each year that increment step reduces as well. Forecasting out the long-range plan, I believe it's 12 years out roughly. The roof is anticipated to be replaced, and that's the next large cost or as investment to the tennis fund. Pat and I kind of ran some preliminary numbers, and what they've experienced over the last 4 to 5 years in incoming revenues above, net revenues, if you will, we should be able to make this back fairly quick. So with that being said, we are looking for the board to make a vote and approve, mouse here, the board approved a transfer of $479,240 from the Tennis Reserve Fund to account 240060730 to fund the reconstruction of court project of 1 through 7. I can answer any questions at this time in regards to the budget adjustment. We'll further explain the project itself in the next board action.
I don't have any questions with regard to that. Does anyone else?
Pat, you run a great business, man.
Thanks, sir.
I think we're fortunate to have you running our business.
Appreciate that.
So we got to continue to invest in a unbelievable facility. So
Agreed.
fantastically supportive of this. I wish it was less, but it's not.
May I have a motion to approve the transfer of $479,240 from the Tennis Fund Reserves to account 2400-60730 to fund the reconstruction of outside tennis courts 1 through 7?
So moved.
Second.
Kodo.
Okay, roll call. Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And now we move on to section 6.2 of the agenda, where we're going to talk about more detail on the construction project.
Exactly. All right. I'll give a brief overview, but tonight with me I have Pat Fergassi, as you all know, who is the tennis manager, and with us as well is Peter Lynn from Walt Hamilton. He's the senior project engineer on the project and has been working with us through this phase since the board approved the contract to move forward with the project with Walt Hamilton. As we discussed, the outdoor tennis courts 1 through 7 are more than 50 years old. Might not seem that way because we have invested in them over the years, essentially exacerbating the problem even further each year by putting another coat of asphalt on the previous coat and another coat of color on top of that. Like I said previously, our goal and objective here is basically to start over, correct the subsoil issues that we have, and Peter will talk a little bit more about that here in a moment, and address the root concerns so we can put back a court that is going to be playable and enjoyable for the tennis program for many a year. Through the process, we did engage with, or we did put out a bid, which was open on July 14th. We did receive 2 different bids for that project, one from Chicagoland Paving and the other one from Abbey Construction Company. Those bids were within about 3.7% of each other. One with a base bid of $1,155,000 and another one of $1,208,400. So just kind of gives you a little context that both of these firms are more than capable of performing the work, and the project was fairly close in the bid costs. At this point, I'm going to bring up Peter. Pete's going to be able to explain a little bit about the project scope. Up on the screen here, for your viewing pleasure, is basically a geographic or design of the plan, showing you through what that looks like. And he's going to kind of talk with you on the high scale on what the designs were and the challenges on how we addressed a few things. ADA accessibility out the back door that was identified through the COM master plan, as well as drainage is the biggest concern for us. Peter?
Yeah, and appreciate being here today. I've not had the pleasure of meeting you guys or being here, but I did actually grow up in Winnetka. I've used a lot of the facilities, and they're remarkable, and I love being back and being part of this project. So thank you for this opportunity. As Costa mentioned, reconstructing courts, outdoor courts 1 through 7, and the big highlight is just the subsurface. And simply put, you can try to bridge poor subsurface as much as you want with as many layers as asphalt, but you're still going to run into the same issue with cracking coming in from beneath. So until you address that, you're really not going to address much of the issue. So water, powerful element here that we're dealing with, and we got to get it kind of out of these courts. And right now with a clayey surface, it's going to hold moisture, and so we got to get it from beneath the courts, and we got to get it away. So the courts in nature, based on geometry, are staying the same. And the major addition, as Costa highlighted, is that we're putting a ribbon curb. It's a flat curb around the barrier of the courts, similar to the other courts. That holds everything together, and I think aesthetically it makes it look very pristine. But there's more value in just the aesthetics. Highlighted, and it's kind of hard to see in between some of the courts, we are putting in drain tile, or like trench drains. And the highlight of this, and why I thought this might be a better application for it than what was installed at the courts to the south, are that the elevation of the courts from south to north are the same. Right now the courts are all pitched towards the building. As I highlighted, you don't want water going towards the building. You don't want water towards your foundations. So we are trying to pitch the water away from the building. So we're changing the pitch of the tennis courts. But by doing so, we have to do a lot more excavation. We have to do a lot more storm sewers, more under drainage, more stone. All that is very expensive. And unfortunately, we just didn't have the subsurface reporting to give you a better cost estimate at that time. So I think those are, and then the ADA up by, I forgot what door number that is, but
The back door that comes up between courts 3 and 4, court 3 here, court 4. Currently, right now, we have a ADA ramp that is not to code. One of the things that was identified as a low-hanging fruit through the CMP, we're addressing that as part of that, plus the door and the closer for that will be addressed through the contingent item that was already approved for the doors and windows project.
So by picking up that north side, it actually helps us with ADA. So coming out of that door, it'll be level with the courts. There won't be a ramp, there won't be a step, there won't be railings. There'll be a portion of that area that will have to be recessed down for drainage purposes, but overall, it's going to be flush with the courts. Water's all pitching away from the building, and we're collecting it and maintaining all the other elements with the courts.
Peter, you want to expand a little bit with your conversations with Steve from TSC and what drove some of the findings in regards to your design?
Sure. So Steve with TSC is the sub-consultant that Park District retained to do the borings. And talking with him during the design and actually after the bids were received, we tried to find a happy medium between Steve and I. About what we could propose. He wanted to do a lot more in terms of the excavation and the stone. I mean, he comes from the geotech side where he wants to dig 5 feet down and put stone back. I kind of have to level the playing field of what's realistic and what you guys can actually afford to do. So balancing that is a tough act, but what we came up with is almost undercutting this thing 2 feet, not including the pavement section that we're putting back. When we are going to rip out the pavement, you would find this issue regardless. So it's whether you invest in it now or you find it in a change order after the fact. Rather be prepared and address this most appropriately. So the subsurface or the composition of the pavement, you're going to have asphalt. You're going to have a layer of stone that's good for compaction like you would a road. Beneath that, it's going to be an open graded stone for like a French drain. The subgrade of the underneath the courts is going to be pitched towards an underdrain that is going to run in between the courts for a couple of them. Courts 1 through 3 are pitched towards the parking lot to the east. Courts 4 and 5 are pitched inverted to there, or with the laser, and then court 6 and 7 are pitched towards those as well. So we're going to pick it up subsurface, we're going to pick it up and on top of the surface. And all of that will give a better product and get the moisture out from beneath and on top of the tennis courts.
As part of the project, we identified and we put in as alternates to take the design one step further is basically a geotechnical fabric that allows a slip sheet creation between some layers of asphalt. Peter, you want to kind of expand about what we discussed with that and what we're proposing?
So 2 alternates were proposed. One was more of a paving mat, which is a moisture barrier. The second alternate is more of a structural geogrid. Both of those alternates go between. There's 2 layers of asphalt. I'm trying not to get too technical, but they go in between the binder and the surface, in between the 2 layers of asphalt. And what we arrived at is recommending alternate 2, which was consisting of the structural geogrid. And I've used it on prior projects and had great success. Nothing's ever perfect, but it comes, we've had great experience at Lake Zurich. We've used it at Wilmette Park District. And both have generated great longevity to their courts. Mostly they just had to recolor code. But we found that there was value in providing it as an alternate, because if the bids came back astronomical, then you can live without it. But it's something, if you have good pricing, it's worthwhile.
The Chicagoland, the lowest identified proposal that we received, or bid I should say, came in at that change order for our alternate at $38,400. The benefit to that we felt was appropriate based on what we've already done and with what the geotechnical had suggested to even go further. So this is kind of like a happy medium in between the two to allow for that that surface binder course to have that established layer between that and the top course of the finished course to allow that structure to be independent and move as it needs to without taking those surface crap or taking that water table and the being within the floodplain and pushing those heating soils up. So we're trying to do as much as we can to, we've framed it out now, we've secured it, we've given it proper drainage, we've pitched all the water out that we can. This is one step further to take it to that level so we can try to get another 30, 50 years out of these courts with only doing periodic maintenance in regards to color code as we've done over the years. So we're trying to set ourselves up for success, knowing that the money that we spend now is definitely going to pay dividend in the long run and invest into the improvements now as we've identified. So at this time, I don't know unless you have any questions for Peter to further expand. I think we can kind of discuss the final costs and what the contingencies were.
My question is really more curiosity than anything I need to know as a commissioner. But between the 4 western courts, when the pitch is going on courts 3 and 4 toward the middle, and then on courts 4 and 5 toward the middle, what is the element that separates the courts so people aren't like moving into a drain as they're trying to play? How does that work?
Okay, so
No, you're the designer. You're better.
Okay, just making sure I understand. Excuse me. Between courts and 5, excuse me, 5 and 6. If you want to take this one. You're talking about between 5 and 6.
Yeah, the drain that's there. I'm trying to figure out like when you're playing how you're not like moving into like a slope or tripping over a drain.
So the drain is flush with the courts. So the way that it's been designed is everything's pitched to that drain, and that drain is going to be basically flush with the surface. And the runoff area there, with the way that it's been moved, trying to stay within the footprint that we have, we actually relocated the fence line that we have traditionally between courts 5 and 6 and moved it between 6 and 7. That was done purposefully for 2 reasons. One, to address the slope issue that we had in the drain, so without runoff and taking up less square footage, and then also allow for a single court, a completely fenced off court that can allow for 2 things. One, It's kind of sought after on the tennis courts as court 8 is on the outdoor courts. But also it doubles as, and you'll notice here in the rendering, you'll see 2 overlays for pickle courts as well.
Yeah.
So this will allow for better use as a independent pickle court, as tennis would allow in regards to programming and space used for tennis. During the downtimes, the programming that can help foster pickle allows for that. The trough drain that's being installed is not only at surface, the material is fairly slip resistant, and we're going to frame it within concrete, so it's curved in, so there'll be less chance of that runoff area. And then we'll color through that so it blends in, and we'll try our best to make sure that is not an issue. But once again, from Pat's expertise in tennis and his programming and looking at the runoff areas, I believe, Pat, correct me if I'm wrong, was the baseline was your biggest concern with that space for the runoff for play. Unfortunately, we had to run it linear the entire length, but we are mindful of that concern, and we feel pretty confident in our design of how we address that concern specifically. All right, in the bid packet, you will find the bid tabulation sheets too. That was attached as part of Peter's memorandum. You'll see those included. Right now, the total projects, let me pull my memo here, that we're looking for is at, let's see here, 1,000,002, yes, with alternate 1, or excuse me, alternate 2 and alternate 3. Alternate 3 is basically addressing the drainage through this area as well. That is, if you play tennis in this area, you know that's a low water area, so we want to address that as well. The total for that is $1,208,000. We are proposing to put a 10% contingency on this project as well, bringing the total to $1,329,240, and that is base bid or accepted bid from Chicagoland Paving. I would like to note, Pat, I think maybe you'll be best suited to talk about the USTA and some of the conversations around potential grant opportunities through that fund as well, right?
Yes, we have put a grant application in from the USTA to consider helping with the funding of the job. It is still in the process of review. I did get an email from them, the first one, after looking at our engineering plans of the project. They did increase the amount of funding available this year, so the timing was great. Up to $20,000 per court is available if they, find that it suits what their needs are. And so when I open emails that I got just before coming over here, I'll be able to see what further questions we have to respond with as they continue the review process. And so at this point, they committed $0. We're hopeful that, at best, we get up to $140,000. That remains to be seen, but we feel pretty confident that, obviously, with the expertise of Walt Hamilton, that will help, build our case with the great plans that we presented to them as well.
I think that our counsel, Adam Simon, has a question.
For the grant, are there any restrictions on awarding the contract or commencing the work before the grant's awarded, or can the process be dual tracked?
Can be dual tracked. Yep, so they are aware of our timelines in construction when we applied originally to let them know back in February. And then based on when our plan's going to be ready to present to them, our bid, documentation as well forwarded to them. Yeah, they run in conjunction. Does not exclude us.
Great. Does anyone have questions for Peter or Pat regarding this proposal? No commissioner comments, questions?
Thank you. Glad to know this still works.
I don't have any questions because I was with Pat at the farmer's market, so I had a chance to be with him and to talk about these things in a lot of detail, and I'm super excited for the project. I feel like a lot of thought and care has gone into it, and so that's why I have fewer this time.
All right, well, good. May I have a motion?
I apologize. One thing to note for construction, we didn't really talk about the construction timeline, so just so everybody's aware, this is something that will be started this August potentially. It will be, we're looking to have the majority of construction, except for color, done by the end of this year. So I think we put into the bid specifications, I think it was November, I think the date is November exactly. But we're looking to get all the painting work done, and then we wait till basically, we're hoping May, maybe June, when the courts would get the final color once temperatures rise up enough. The benefit of doing that, it lets all the oils kind of burn off of the asphalt itself, and that's the color product adhere better to the court. So just something else to, you get asked questions from the community in regards to timing, you have a good understanding of what that is.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay. That's actually, I think we're all getting tired. That's a question I think we would have earlier in the meeting asked you.
Yeah.
All right, may I have a motion to accept a bid from Chicagoland Paving Contractors in Lake Zurich, Illinois, in the amount of $1,208,400, including alternates 2 and 3, and approve a 10% contingency of $120,840 for a total not to exceed amount of $1,329,240 for the court's 1 to 7 construction project.
So moved.
Second?
We'll do a roll call on that, please.
Commissioner Foto?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rath?
Yes.
Commissioner Root? Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. Okay, so at this point, we'll move on to section 6.2, and it'll be discussion of the tennis center outdoor courts 1 to 5 LED lighting. And this is Costa again.
Section 6.3, correct?
Did I say 2?
Yeah.
My apologies.
No problem.
Just-
As presented with the courts themselves, we are also looking to upgrade the lighting at the same time. Once again, looking back to the history of the lights, those lights have served us for over 22 seasons of play and enjoyment for the community. Through that time, the courts were relamped only one other time through warranty, if I'm not mistaken, correct, Pat? Through Musco Lighting. We've been using Musco Lighting, and they're probably I don't say the name of the game, but very well understood through the sports community in regards to recreation outdoor lighting. Whether it's tennis, whether it's ball fields, as we have out here, they're kind of the name of the game. What we have proposed here this evening, and as approved through the consent agenda for the transfer of dollars to allow for this to happen, we have reached out to Musco Lighting to run us a couple different cost contingencies on how to upgrade our lighting. From a quick fit system to a full new LED system, we were looking at different options that we can then give back to the community. Part of the consideration were light levels, of course, our energy reductions and what that looks like, and of course, paired with that is their ability of their command, or Musco command lighting system, and the warranty that goes along with that. I'm sorry, control link monitoring system and the warranty that goes along with the fixtures. So working through the Musco team and their engineers, taking a look at our program and what we have for space, looking at our light levels, 2 things that we identified. One, recreational play is typically ran at about a 75-foot candle light reading. That's on average for most municipal and average tennis. When you move up to pro tennis, they are looking for a 100 candle fit or outfit of the lighting for the foot candles. So Pat and I went back and forth several times trying to understand the needs and the wants and the desires of the community, especially as it relates to something that hasn't been present for a few years, but is something that's in the backs of the minds of a lot of people because it was a big enjoyment, was the pro tennis tournament that came through Winnetka. So working through that, Pat and I kind of came up with a plan to work in a hybrid option, if you will. That hybrid option allows us to utilize courts 1 through 3 as 100-foot candles, but then dim them down to 75-foot candles for typical play. So if if the tournament was ever to come back, we'd have that opportunity. Pat did a good job of reaching out to Linda Goodman. I think there was a couple correspondence, but nothing directly in regards to the tournament itself. Is that accurate?
Right, no commitment to come back. They love the idea, but at this point, funding for their event is probably the biggest obstacle.
So being mindful of that, not only that specific tournament, other opportunities that might be out there as well, we wanted to preserve the ability to create a stadium court as part of our system. So like I said, working with the Musco engineering team, we identified a hybrid system that would allow 100-foot candles through courts 1 through 3, and then dim down to 75-foot candles for courts 4 and 5. It's kind of a little bit of a hybrid, and once again, we look to do the complete replacement system with their TLC LED system, which comes with a 25-year warranty. That's labor, parts, everything, so if there was anything that would have issues with the lights, it would be under warranty. Knowing Musco stands behind their product, they just came out and relamped here after 12 years under warranty. They've relamped the other facility, Tennis, after I think it was 11 years, maybe 12 years of turnaround on that. We feel very confident with that team. The other thing that we identified was an opportunity to try to source some grant monies through the IMEA, which is the Illinois Municipal Electrical Agency. The Village of Winnetka is a little bit more unique because they provide their own electric to the community. They don't work through ComEd, if you will. So a lot of those ComEd rebate programs, we are not eligible to go after. So talking with Director of Water Light, McNeary, we have identified the opportunity to work with the village because they are the ones that basically, they get authorized to fund several projects through the community. This year's funding was approved for 2025 into 2026. So we are going to put our application in for that potential grant funding. And basically what it is you get a percentage, or in this case, I want to say it's 80% or 80 cents for every 1 watt of reduction of energy power as a rebate. So we are essentially reducing our wattage by half by going to LEDs. So twofold. One, there's an opportunity for us to get some grant money to offset some of the costs for construction, as well as conserve on our electric bill as well, potentially around estimating a 50% reduction. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what that looks like in real numbers because we don't have a way to track our outdoor lighting because it's tied in as part of the larger utility bill for everything in the complex here. So just be aware of that. At this time, staff is looking to add on a $10,000 contingency, bringing the total of the project to $188,500. This would be expensed through account 2400-60381. Through this project, as I kind of suggested before, we feel very comfortable with the manufacturer, their representation. We know they're not going to be going anywhere. The other thing that I want to make sure is understood with the new LED technology is the light is more focused now. We don't have a lot of the bleed off as you do with the traditional metal headlights. The technology with the lamps and the lenses is more focused into the area. So we are looking at opportunities for the courts at least to potentially become what's called dark sky certified, which is basically another opportunity to show that we are trying to be on the leading edge of what we've discussed before through our sustainability practices as an agency. So that's another thing we're looking at. In the past, done some research on that. There are some costs involved with going through the certification and then the testing and so forth, but that's something staff will look at as well. But for this evening, we are looking to ask for approval to purchase the Musco lighting through a Sourcewell bid, and move forward with the project. But I can answer any questions, I'd love to.
I know.
I have a small one. The village smart metering, like I think it's a shame that we can't quantify the positive energy impact, but I don't know what their timing is for smart metering, but I do think like the village is very keen on sustainability at the moment. They're very keen on energy reduction in Winnetka following, I think, all of the discussions through the IMEA contract. And I just wonder if there's an opportunity to partner to, be able to capture some of the information through the smart metering, or just be in a position to highlight this project as an example of good partnership environmentally. I'm super excited for the lights.
Sure.
And I'm excited for the fact that they will be, dark sky friendly. And so I'm grateful for that. But that's the only thought listening to this, that I'm like, it could be an opportunity for a joint win on the sustainability front. And I know the tennis center does a fantastic job on sustainability, geothermal, like, you're always at the forefront of trying to be there, putting things in that are the least environmentally impactful as they can be, so it's all.
We can look into that. Residential versus commercial, I know like at least in my house, you know, with ComEd, we have a smart meter and you can track like, all right, this is your appliances running, this is your AUC running, this is what you're using for lighting and so forth. It's kind of interesting, a little scary at times, but for a commercial application for such a large surface, I don't know if they have meters that track that down to that level, but I can ask and we can find out for sure.
Just to give an idea of that, do we know the power consumption of the current lights and the new lights, right? So couldn't we just do an estimate of, you know, how many, you know, kilowatt hours we're using, and with the old lights and the new lights, then it's like, you know, estimate how many hours?
Rough math estimate, yes, for sure.
Yeah, that might be where you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. So I'm wondering, does anyone else have any questions for Costa with respect to the outdoor LED lighting? No? And Colleen? Commissioner Root?
Hi, yeah, Costa, coming back with smart meter, you know, IMEA, have we reached out to them to see if they offer a commercial smart meter option?
The avenue we would work through would be the Village of Winnetka, but we can definitely reach out to them in regards to that front, you know, following Commissioner Rapp's suggestion.
And the reason I suggest this is if you read the proposal from IMEA and the staff report that was presented to the village, IMEA is supposedly working very, very hard on sustainability issues. So I thought, well, who knows? Who knows what they may have available? And I understand that we work through the village, but thanks to Elise and Christina, it appears like we're working well, and thanks to you also, Costa.
Very good. At this time, I'd like to make or ask for a motion to authorize staff to accept the bid from Musco Sports Lighting LLC as priced through Sourcewell Purchasing in the amount of $178,500 and to approve a $10,000 contingency for a total not to exceed amount of $188,500.
So moved.
Second.
All right, can we do a roll call on that?
Commissioner Foto?
Yes.
Commissioner Forley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. All right, now at this time, we're moving on to section 6.4 of the agenda, Skokie Playfield Synthetic Turf Replacement Project. And again, Mr. Costa Catoulas.
Costa.
Man.
You know who I am, so I'm just going to go right to it. You know, what you're going to be seeing being handed around is our proposed replacement product. I'll give you a little bit of history. For those of you who are aware, through the master plan of Skokie Playfield, we did decide at that point to move away from natural turf to move into artificial turf because of drainage issues that we had, playability, and programming needs. Over the last course of 12 different seasons, we've had great luck with our Mondo product, which was a split film type of turf out there. At that time, due to some costs and its infancy into the timing of synthetic sports turf, we decided to go with a split film along with a 2-inch final height. And note, at the time there wasn't really shock pads, but we went with a chrome rubber infill. Since then, we've had an opportunity to take a look at many different companies who've come onto the marketplace, along with many different products in that marketplace. What's being handed around now is a product from Midwest Sports Turf called Iron Turf. This is in a 2-inch capacity. The Iron Turf, as you have it with you, I'm using my little cheat sheet here because I don't quite have it memorized. It's approximately 59 ounces in face weight value. So that's the weight of the turf as it's stitched in. The one thing that makes the turf a little bit more unique, it's a dual type of filament, which is the actual green turf that you see there. That is the artificial turf. It's composed of both a woven blend and a XXP fiber of the diamond fibers that plays more like a natural turf. And that's kind of interesting because we had very good success with the Mondo product that we had before. That was a split film that broke down over the years and created more tufts of grass, if you will, for better playability. The one thing that's unique about our facility is it's not sole purpose. It's not only football, it's not only soccer, it's not only lacrosse, field hockey, you name it, even softball out there along with programming. It's a catch-all for everything. It's programmed to the nines and it holds up very well. So we wanted to make sure that moving forward, we expect a product that it can meet that standard and hopefully exceed our expectations. So staff had the opportunity to take many field trips and look at a couple different turf systems. We went to the city of Lake Forest recently over the last 2.5, 3 years. They undertook their large project, which is similar to the Park District here, where they have a large multi-stemmed field. Their field is much larger than ours, probably like 2.5 times the size of us, but they went with this product here, the Iron Turf. They went through their due diligence and came back to the same findings that we did, is that this is the best product for them. More recently, Northwestern at their lacrosse field is putting this in. Loyola Academy has this at one of their fields as well, along with other different turfs. And Rockford Park District, since 2015, has approximately 220,000 square feet, which is about 70,000 square feet more than us, installed as well, and enjoying it very much so. So talking with the reps, looking at the different products, we looked at Shaw products, we looked at some Mondo products, we looked at Astro products, Astro Turf that is, Field Turf as well. Coming back to, once again, the priorities that we set forward. First priority for us was safety. So with safety, we want to make sure that we can meet the compliance of our G-Max testing. So G-Max is basically the inertia hit that an individual would feel on the field if they were to hit the surface. There's a standard that you have to be within to meet that surface to be in compliance. So right now, with our current testing, we are nearing in the heavy use zones, the higher data point. What's interesting about the SYR pad that you have there, the white pad that goes underneath that, it allows compliance of that, that right there, allows compliance of that G-Max testing for the life of that pad, which comes with a 25-year warranty. So for us, we identified that in twofold. One, longevity, not only with the warranty that comes along with that, but the product line, and the ability to reuse that system with a second turf life. So currently the turf that we're proposing, people are seeing an average between 13 to 15 years of life expectancy. It comes with a 10-year warranty out from the factory. The turf that we had before came with an 8-year warranty. We got 12 seasons out of it and a little bit more. So we're very confident in that. The other thing that you'll notice about the turf there, compared to some others, and I have others here that I can show you as well that we considered, the backing of it or how it's tufted together, essentially it's almost impossible to tear or pull that turf apart. And that's kind of one of the things that drove us towards that turf, along with the playability for that. To complement that system and what we've heard previously in regards to the Crum rubber, we took a step back and looked at other systems that go along with that. The Brock products you have there. We looked at that infill, one for sustainable purpose. It is a natural product, essentially yellow pine from Georgia, that is grown or ground down to a certain size and lasts approximately 8 to 10 years on average. We looked at another one called EcoFill through Mondo. I forget the name off the top of my head, but through Shaw Products, they have a product that is basically made of coconut husks as well. That is a more natural product that meets the same compliance. Unfortunately, some of the other products do break down at a higher rate, and some of them require maintenance in regards to watering to get some of the cooling effects that come with that. Of course, there's always rainwater, but sometimes there could be droughts where we would then have to water the field. So things that we took in consideration for the maintenance purposes of that as well. I feel like I'm drowning on here a little bit, but I just want to make sure that the board gives a good understanding of our kind of review. Had an opportunity to reach out to different agencies as well. bunch of different colleges, universities who has iron turf in as well. Once again, all great reviews. The one thing when you complement that turf with the Brock is it gives you a better footing, at least that's what we're hearing from a lot of the coaches and a lot of the advisory staff. There's, when you cut in football or you cut in soccer and so forth, with the cleat, you get a better shirt rip. With the crumb rubber, you have more of a tendency to want to slide to that. So this is going to give the athletes a better opportunity to get more of a true cut and dig versus a slide effect that they would have seen or currently are seeing with the crumb rubber. So that was also a driver for us. Our budget for the project was $1.4 million. Currently, the project is broken into a couple different facets. We looked at securing the infill product as well as the shock pad directly from the manufacturer to save the markup cost. So both Brock and Midwest Sports Turf were fine with that. They're both part of the Sourcewell pricing for that. So we were able to get the pricing, or excuse me, not Sourcewell, through the TIPS program on that. Sourcewell was the other one. So we feel comfortable with the product line. We know that we can meet the regulatory requirements for securing the product, and we're comfortable with the cost because we are under budget of what we anticipated. The one thing to note is the elevation that the new pad is going to bring to the field, because currently we don't have that, so that's 25 millimeters of thickness that we need to take in consideration. We talked with the install team and make sure that we address some of our initial concerns about the product and how to bring that in with the nailer board. So you'll see as part of the project line, we also are proposing to replace the nailer board that was installed from the original construction of the project to make sure that we're getting good adhering, or in this case, a good adherence to the product from the stapling or nailing that they do to secure the turf down to that nailer board to hold it in place. There's a sand infill that's used for the balanced weight of that to hold it in place. And based on our design and what we're seeing out there should be minimal grading if needed at all on the turf itself, or under the turf as it sits right now. So we're pretty confident in that. Before I run through the cost per breakdown for each element, I'd love to answer any questions that the board might have on these products.
Hey, what's the range? I mean, this is $1.3 million. What's the range? Is it a $750,000 to $2.5 million range on something like this?
That's kind of in the ballpark. If you're paying for how well do you want it to perform and how long do you want it to perform? Those are your two factors. Your infill will drive cost. Certain products are what's considered cradle to cradle, where they're a completely sustainable product, will drive cost. So there's some things that need to be factored in as part of that. But I would say if you're looking for a turf that's probably an 8-year life expectancy with no shock pad, you're probably closer to that $700,000 number. If you're looking for kind of like the Cadillac on the higher end, you might be closer to 1.7 or thereabouts. So we're in the middle of the road, I would say. But we're confident with the package that we're putting together for the Park District.
I personally think you will have parents in Winnetka that love you, because the worst thing is when they come off the turf field, your car and house is covered with rubber crumb. I don't know what will happen with the wood, we'll see, but the rubber crumb is not so fun to have in your car and so forth. Does water impact the little wood bits?
So the design of everything together is a complete flow-through design.
Okay.
So with our detention vault that we have underneath and all the drainage through the Park District, through the Skokie Creek field site, drainage and water is not a concern. In regards to the Brock product, I know that was a concern for the city of Lake Forest because if they were designed in a floodplain and they were worried about the potential dip because of the density of the wood.
Right.
That has not been an issue for us, or excuse me, for them, nor do we feel that that's going to be an issue for us because we don't have any flooding issues with all the underground work that's been done.
Wonderful. And then, am I understanding you correctly that the shock pad and the Brockfill the shock pad should last longer than the turf or the Brockfill, so that the next time, say in 12 years, 13 years, this needs to be done, the padding is not something we have to do?
I'll say potentially yes, because
Okay.
there's always variables.
Right.
But yes,
Okay.
if everything is done correctly, installed correctly, which we know it will be, then yes, there's a 25-year life expectancy based on the warranty. And then from there, it could diminish, and that's where our annual testing on the field for our GMAX testing will be able to tell us how it's performing. If our turf lasts us 18 years,
Yeah.
and at that point, we decide that, hey, we want to roll the dice on 7 years worth of warranty that's left, and if we're, exposed for another 7 after that, I don't know. So that will be a conversation that we'll have to take a look at, but potentially, yes, it should like two turfs expectancy.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, just a quick question. Do you know what happens to the turf that gets removed on a scale from like landfill to complete reuse?
So the turf right now would be destined to go to a landfill. The trucking cost for that is built into the base budget. A lot of times you'll see that turf here, the companies will try to sell or get rid of the turf. So there might be people who want to use it for a second life, or they're not concerned about certain standards. So there's that. There is an opportunity to have the material trucked to the Exxon plant down in basically this, I forget the exact, I think it's Louisiana or Alabama, I forget exactly, I apologize. There is an upcharge to that. I want to say the upcharge is about $22,000 to the project to have the turf recycled. So if that's something the board is interested in, that's something we can do, but it would be an extended cost to the park district to have it recycled to that company.
We're more than 22,000 under budget, right, for this?
We are.
Okay, just something to think about.
We have to make sure it doesn't get dumped someplace.
I know, right?
I mean,
There's tracking that goes along with that, and there will be a certified certificate that it has been delivered, so it wouldn't be just, oh, thanks for the money.
Yeah.
And does that include the remaining crumb that's there?
That's the entire product.
That's the entire product, okay. Commissioner Root, do you have any questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just have one more comment.
Okay.
I do feel like for the farmer's market or for Fall Fest, like we have a lot of good, happy projects coming out of this meeting, and I feel like, having the turf sample, the farmer's market
Yes,
or a Fall
agreed,
Fest,
100%.
having, a little board about new tennis courts coming soon when the time is right. That might not be this weekend, but as we get into September. But I do feel like this meeting, we have a lot of positive, good news for projects that people are going to be excited about. I think many of the kids will be excited for the turfs. I think many of the moms will be excited
Yes.
for the new turf. So I just think to the extent that we can be showing that, I think it will be something new and exciting to talk about now that we've handed out many of our summer program stuff.
Well, I think we were all really excited to see the Brockville. So, Costa, if you haven't, we were strangely excited about it. But, Costa, if you have, is there a way to get an additional sample to have at the farmer's market? Because I really do think people would enjoy seeing that. I agree.
People care.
Yeah.
Just to go back, my estimate from my memory was off. The add-on to recycle the additional or the existing turf is $26,404. That would bring the total project cost to $1,410,827.01. So we would be over the our current budget by $10,827.01. There's no contingency built into the project because it's based on the scope of work, and we're confident in the existing design that we shouldn't have any unforeseens. So just
Food for thought.
just put it out there.
Well, I think what we should do is, I don't know what timing should be. We should definitely, adopt an emotion for the replacement. Should we table the recycling since it's not going to be done and people can think about it? Yeah. All right. All right, so may I have a motion to direct staff to accept the bid from Midwest Sports and Turf Systems for the Iron Turf System and nailer replacement option as priced through the TIPS Cooperative Purchase Agreement for $1,059,271 and accept a bid from Brock USA LLC for the SYR shock pad in Brockville as priced through the TIPS Cooperative Purchase Contract for $325,152 for a total combined price of $1,059,271.
$384,423. And 1 cent. Oh, I have to say that, I do, 1 cent.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right, wonderful, and we'll do a roll call for that.
What was the motion again?
The motion was Corley and the second was Kodo.
Okay. Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Farley?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and at this time, since the remaining items were put on consent agenda, oh, we have the executive director's report. Is that you, Elisa, or is that
Shannon.
Or Shannon? I don't know who's going to do it tonight.
It's just if you have any questions, all of
Okay.
the reports are attached in the packet.
Okay. Does anyone have questions? Commissioner Root?
No, I have no questions.
Commissioner Corley? No? No do I? No? All right, wonderful. Now we're moving on to commissioner comments. We've had a lot of talking tonight, so can we limit them to 3 minutes if anyone has a comment they'd like to make? No? All right, wonderful. At this time, we're going to move to closed session. May I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to section 5120-2-C1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors in a park, recreational, educational setting, or specific volunteers of a body or legal counsel for a public body. And 5 Illinois Statute 120-2C11, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Second.
Wonderful, and we'll do a roll call vote.
All right, Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Farley?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. We do anticipate taking action after closed session.
I good to turn it back?
Yeah.
Yes. You guys are good.
All right.
It's been running.
All right. We are back in regular session at 10:24, and all commissioners present earlier, including Commissioner Root remotely, are still in attendance. The matter at hand is engagement of legal counsel, and I would like to have a motion to authorize the executive director to execute the engagement letter with Meltzer, Pertil, and Steele as presented for legal services.
Madam Chair, I'm very sorry, I'm here remotely, and, the video has finally come on, so thank you.
So moved.
Second.
We are.
Yep.
Right side, left side.
All right. And so at this point, I think we have to do a roll call vote. Or is there discussion? Oh, sorry, excuse me. I misspoke. I mean, 3-minute discussion for any commissioners who would like to discuss the engagement. Anyone?
I guess I'm the only commissioner. I think that Mr. Frank is a super lawyer. My concern with this engagement is that we did not interview any other attorneys, particularly attorneys who had experience with governmental entities or park districts. And as a result, I find this disconcerting. I'm extremely concerned that we are accepting his offer of pro bono services as a governmental entity. We are well able to pay his fees, and quite frankly, I would like an opinion of counsel as to whether we are violating any Government Ethics Act or really the Illinois Rules of Professional Conduct for him in providing this service free of charge.
I don't find it to be a violation of the rules of professional conduct. Lawyers do pro bono work all the time. There's nothing inherently unethical about providing pro bono legal services. And there's nothing, and the park district's able to receive in-kind services legally. There's nothing wrong with that. We're able to accept gifts. It's not like he's providing individual gifts to any one individual commissioner. He's doing services for the organization as a whole. So that doesn't violate any state ethics laws.
Any additional discussion?
Everyone, are we done with the discussion? All right. Can we do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Foto?
Sorry, what we're voting?
The motion is to engage the law firm of Meltzer, Pertel, Stell, LLC for legal services and to authorize the executive director to execute the engagement letter with them.
Thank you.
Do we need to find the scope of those legal services in the motion?
I think the motion referred to the engagement letter.
Yes, and the engagement letter provides a scope.
My vote is yes.
Okay. Commissioner Foto?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Corley?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
No, for the reasons stated earlier in the discussion.
Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. The motion carries, and may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:29?
So moved.
Second.
Seaman, Foto?
All in favor?
Aye.